here of Shenanigan Machine Todd Sportsman. Here we go, 998 short for Jimmy Lewis, top of the racetrack. Jimmy pulls us, shoots early, still gets it. 622 on the 620 dial. So Jimmy Lewis will go to the Shenanigan Machine Todd Sportsman final. And it looks like Ben Bloomberg will have a bye to the final. At Cypress, Texas, 655 the dial. Here we go. Ben Bloomberg on the bye run here. Then we got the top dragster semifinals coming up. Again, stock and super comp. Should be back there. Stock and super comp. Here we got Tom Thorpe Transport top dragster pulling in the box. Here goes Bloomberg. Oh, he's moving around a little bit. 654, 211 miles an hour. As that'll be it for Shenanigan Machine Top Sportsman. Let's go to Tom Thorpe, Top Dragster. David Johns and David Dale. Johns out of Floresville, Texas, got out of 6'10", the floor of the category. David Dale will get the head start by 0.16 of a second. So who will become one half of the final round pairing for Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster for race number 1? Here we go. 4th out separation. Go to the final round. It's going to be David Dale, 628. On the 626, as David Johns broke out, 6087 on the 610. So David Dale will go to the Top Dragster final to face either Danny Nelson or Mark Ellis. Danny Nelson left side. Again, down the floor of the category, 6.10. Mark Ellis out of Graham, Texas, 628. His dial in here. Here we go. Danny Nelson, Mark Ellis. Final pair, semifinals. Tom Thorpe, Tom Dragster. And a red light for Danny Nelson. And Danny clicked it off, 614 on the 226 miles an hour for Mark Ellis, and he punches his ticket to the Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster final. So stock eliminator is next. Super comp should be back there. Stock eliminator should be there along with super comp, super stock, super gas. Should be back there. We need you now, please. Again, stock should be back there. Super comp, super gas. Need you now. So once again, stock, super comp, super gas, super stock need to be back there. So once again, folks, we're at that point. We're just waiting for our cars to come back. Stock eliminator, super comp, super gas, super stock should be back there. And then we stock is down to their semi. Super comp is down to their quarters. Super gas is down to their quarterfinal. Super gas is down to their quarter. Super stock is down to their semi. You think we could put Rusty on Family Feud? Alrighty, so again, coming up next, stock eliminator for their semi-final. And Super Comp down to quarterfinal. Super Gas is at their quarterfinal round. Super Stock is down to their semi. Super Comp, it's now or never. Missing one car. Super Comp, it's now or never. Let's go. Mr. Rowland, the mayor of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Need you now, please, sir. All right, let's go. Stock eliminator. So Jerry Emmons left side, the B stock automatic, and Brad Plord, the D stock automatic. This is stock eliminator semi-finals. At least I can tell you it'll be a Chevrolet that wins stock race one. Just which one? Head start will go to Brad Plord by 0.26 of a second. So who's going to go to the stock eliminator final? We'll find out right about now. Wheels up for Brad Plord. Brings it back in the groove. Top end going to the final of Stock Eliminator. Brad Plord, 1080 on the 1079. Brad Plord going to the final round to face Kyle Rizzoli. That will be a good one. All right, Kyle Rizzoli on the bye run, and then he is in the final round to meet Brad Plord. Oh, man. Kyle Rizzoli really nailed that tree. Clicks it off. It was 10:23. Should I tell you Kyle's reaction time? It was 0-0-1. 001 and on the bye to the final. So your Stock Eliminator final is set. Let's go Super Comp quarterfinals. Here we go, Steve Evans and Landon Martinez. Steve Evans, left side out of Moore, Oklahoma. Landon Martinez on the right side. This is their quarterfinal round of Super Comp. Here we go, a red light for Steve Evans. So Landon Martinez will get the free pass to the semis. 891 for Landon Martinez. Punches his ticket to the semifinal round. Our next pair, Ryan Miller and Michael Johnston. Now remember, for these cars that are still in race one, that Larice Motorsports Insurance Perfect Package is still at $4,000, but if nobody does in race one, it goes over to $5,000 for race two. Don't forget about that. It's Ryan Miller, Baytown, Texas. Michael Johnston, San Angelo, Texas. Winlight, give it to Miller, dead on with a 7. Next pair up will be Vince Roberts and Vernon Rowland. Vince out of Forney, Texas. Vernon Rowland on the right side. There's Vernon. Out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. You can call this almost like a Red River shootout. Texas and Oklahoma. You know the next race, the next divisional for Division 4? The last one of the year? Osage Casino, Tulsa Raceway Park. And I'll tell you what Todd Martin and Keith Haney have done for that facility. It's awesome. And tell you what, for you folks in the Tulsa area that are watching, come out and join us there towards the end of September. So who else will punch their ticket to the semis of Super Comp? And we are clean and green. Who's going to the semifinal of Super Comp? Give it to Boomer Sooner. Dead on with a 3 for Vernon. Should I tell you Vernon's reaction time? Do you want to know? 019 to an 028. So a 22 pack for Vernon rolls to Vince Roberts was locked out. Goes 91 with a 4. As I believe that'll be it for Super Comp. Actually, I believe now we're down to a final now. All right, let's go super stock here. Brett Candy's left side, the factory super stock G combination. Get out 938. He's going to get the head start over Monty Bogan down in 903 out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina. Here we go. 3,000 separation. Top end. Give it to Monty Bogan. 905.4 on a 903 versus a 941, the 938. Monty Bogan by 41 ten-thousandths of a second, less than a foot. We'll move into the next round of super stock, as Thomas Marlowe and Jimmy Hidalgo. Here we go. 1,000 separation. Marlowe and Hidalgo. Top end of the racetrack. Go to the final super stock. Give it to Marlowe. 966-1 double breakout win. Hidalgo goes 13 under. Marlowe 9 under. So Thomas Marlowe going to the super stock final. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed that tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. in the Champions Club will be the Sunday Chapel Service with Chaplain Joey Key for Team Racers for Christ. That's tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. in the Champions Club. We'll have our Team Racers for Christ chapel service, and of course, everyone is more than welcome to attend. Super Gas, need you back. Super Gas, Super Comp. Super Comp, cool them, fuel them, bring them back to duel them. I don't know who came with that catchphrase, but it sure wasn't me. Super Comp, Super Gas, need you back, please. Super Comp and Super Gas, need you back. Stop blocking my camera shot. Super Street and Sportsman Motorcycle Finals to the lanes, please. Super Comp, Super Gas Semis. Super Street and Sportsman Motorcycle Finals. Lanes, please. All righty, let's go. Junior Dragster, 6 to 9-year-olds only. Lanes 1 and 2 for your first time trial. Again, Junior Dragster, 6 to 9-year-olds only for your first time trial to the staging lanes, please. All right, Super Gas is coming up. Again, the Super Street and Sportsman Motorcycle Finals have been called, as well as Junior Dragster 6 to 9-year-olds. You've been called for your time trial to stage lanes 1 and 2. So John Long and Clark Mond. John Long out of Goldie, Texas. Clark Mond out of Longview, Texas. So here we go. So who's going to go to the Super Gas next round here? So Super Comp semifinals. Super Comp semifinals. Also the 10 to 12-year-olds for juniors. Come on down as well. And tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. at the Champions Club, the Team Race for Christ Chapel service with Chaplain Joey Keefe. It's going to be a good one. Top of the racetrack, going to the next round. It's going to be John Long going dead on with a 0.006. Clark Mond was 0.42 and locked out big time. So a 6-pack, the other good kind, is going to the next round of Super Gas. Roger Warren and Chris Harrelson. So here we go. Roger Warren, Chris Harrelson. Ready to go. Fourth out separation. Top of the racetrack, win light given to Roger Warren. 991.4 as Harrelson was 987.3 on a breakout. There goes your final set there in Super Gas. Well, it's now time. It's Wally time for a couple classes. The Sportsman Motorcycle Final. Then the Super Street Final will follow. So who's going to win the first Wally of the weekend? Derek Dory, going to dial a 911. Leland Sykes from Denver, Colorado, will dial an 871. So the 4/10 of a second head start will go to the Texan. Again, this is your Sportsman Motorcycle Final Round. And I can tell you, it's going to be a Kawasaki that wins it. Just a matter of which one. Derek Dory again out of Kingswood, Texas. Derek and Leland Sykes all the way from Denver. Mile High City. So again, who will win the first Wally of the weekend here at the Lone Star Nationals, presented by Scott and Dickey Parts Center? We're going to find out in just over 9 seconds. Oh, man, 100 separation. Top end of the racetrack. Your Sportsman Motorcycle winner, race 1. It's going to be a party in Denver as Leland Sykes gets it. 869 on the 871. And Leland Sykes wins race 1 of Sportsman Motorcycle. Derek Dory was 0-19 on the tree, but broke out by more. So Leland Sykes from Denver wins race 1 of Sportsman Motorcycle. Super Street Final right now. So Brandon Harris left side, Reagan Wilson right side. Reagan has been in this position many, many times before. Brandon Harris on the left side. Again, this is your Super Street Final. Waiting on Brandon the stage. Brandon's in. Oh boy. 200 separation. The throttle stops doing their thing. Top end, your Super Street winner, race 1. It's going to be Reagan Wilson. Double breakout. Brandon Harris had 200s in his pocket on the start line. He was 007 on the tree. Reagan was 029. Wilson 12 under, Harris 29 under. So Reagan Wilson wins race 1 of Super Street. And you know what that means? Reagan Wilson owns more Wallies than I do. I don't have any. How many is that big for him? His fourth Wally? His fourth Wally. There you go. I don't have any yet. I got a picture of one. All right. All juniors, junior dragsters, all of you, 6 to 9 year olds, 10 to 12, 13 to the oldest ones, all juniors in the lanes for a time trial. Super Comp needs you back. All right, so again, all juniors for a time trial to the lanes, please. All juniors for a time trial to the lanes, please. Again, Super Comp should be back there. If you have a white Cadillac that's parked in the winner's circle, you got 3 minutes to move it, or we will move it for you. We have a backhoe. We're not afraid to use it. Ryan Miller, Landon Martinez. All right, here we go. Super Comp semis. And if you got that white Cadillac that's parked in the winner's circle, you need to move it immediately. So here we go, Super Comp semifinals. Ryan Miller, Landon Martinez. Who's going to punch their ticket to the Super Comp final? It's going to be a good one. Who's going to face Vernon Rowland in the final? Top end of the racetrack, win line, give it to Landon on a hole shot. 891.8 to a quicker 891.4. So Landon Martinez going to the final of Super Comp to face Vernon Rowland. That's going to be a good one. All right, need the Roof Tech Comp Final, Super Stock Final, Super Gas Final, Shenanigans Machine Top Sportsman Final, the Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster Final. Basically, if you're in the final, bring it to the lanes. That's Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, Finals, Race 1 to the lanes. Junior Dragsters for your time run. So Stock and Super Stock are here. Cool. So again, Comp Roof Tech Comp Eliminator, Super Gas, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster. Finals. Need to the lanes, please. So Stock Final and the Super Stock Final coming up. All right, here we go. It is now time for your stock eliminator final round. I think this will be a good final round, I think. Here we go. Here, your stock eliminator final round. Kyle Rizzoli. A stock automatic at 10:06. Brad Plord, the D stock automatic at Holly Pond, Alabama. At 70 Nova, at $10.80. Both these two men have been in this position many times before. So the head start by 0.74 seconds. Give it to Brad Plord. Final round, race 1 of stock eliminator. Here we go. Pre-staged. Taking their time. Finally they're in. Oh boy, it's going to be a good one. Here comes Kyle Rizzoli. Top end of the racetrack. Your winner in stock eliminator race 1. It'll be Brad Plord. 1083 on the 1080. Brad was 006 on the reaction time. Kyle a little off at 051, but Brad Plord by 23 thousandths of a second wins stock eliminator race number 1. Super stock final. Thomas Marlowe, Monty Bogan. Thomas Marlowe, left side, get out at 964, the GTG automatic. They got Monty Bogan, Bowling Springs, South Carolina. Good out 904. So the head start by 0.6 of a second is going to go to Thomas Marlowe. You get all finals. If you haven't run yet, all finals should be back there. All final rounds should be back there. Oh, boy, it's going to be a good one. Can Thomas Marlowe hold him off? Top end of the racetrack, your super stock winner. Yep, held him off. 67 on a 64. Thomas Marlowe wins super stock. Margin of victory, 33 10 thousandths of a second 9 inches, the margin of victory at the finish line. Thomas Marlowe wins Super Stock. Supercomp Final, need you back, please. Supercomp Final, need you back. Supercomp Final, need you back. All right, for all of our race winners, first off, congratulations. We'll need all of you to please line up in the winner's circle after your final so that we can do, winner's circle celebration and pictures and before we go into race number 2. So all winners, once you've gone down the racetrack, cleared tech, contingency, all that stuff, make sure you make your way to the winner's circle. We'll line all the winners up in the winner's circle. And we'll award the Wallies, do photos and such, and then we'll get into race 2. So after your final, if you win, if you could go line up in the winner's circle, we would greatly appreciate that. All right, let's go. Shenanigans Machine Todd Sportsman final. Ben Bloomberg left side, Jimmy Lewis on the right. Jimmy Lewis in that 2008 Pontiac GXP. So I tell you what, an all Pontiac final here in Todd Sportsman with Jimmy Lewis getting out a 620, that 2008 Pontiac GXP, and the 97 Pontiac Firebird. of Ben Bloomberg. 6:55 his dial. Going to give a 3,500. Going to get a 3,500 of a second head start over Jimmy Lewis. So here we go. Who will punch their ticket to Texas Motorplex Victory Lane here in Shenandoah Machine Todd Sportsman? So here we go. Fourth out separation. Top end. Bloomberg getting very close to that center line and lets out a lot of smoke right in the lights. But 6:27 for Jimmy Lewis getting the win. Wasn't pretty. But I tell you what, Bloomberg was moving towards that center line right in the lights. You saw a little puff of smoke in the left-hand side. But Jimmy Lewis, the former world champion, gets the Wally by 13 thousandths of a second. I tell you what, folks, how about a Division 4? This is why we love you. All you folks up here watching the finals of all the classes, I tell you what, this is what it's all about here in Division 4. Doesn't matter if you lost first round to the guy, second round, you've never raced him before, you're all up here watching your peers, your friends, and I tell you what, Chris Monahan, I envy you. Kind of. All right, let's go comp eliminator. Final round. Mike DePalma and Don Thomas. Alrighty. Head start by 1.38 seconds will go to Mike DePalma. The G Alter taking on the C Dragster Automatic of Don Thomas. It's Amarillo, Texas versus Fort Worth, Texas. Then we got our Super Gas final. Then we have our Top Dragster final. Then I believe that'll be it for race 1. They're pre-staged. Don's in. Mike's in. Red light, Don Thomas. Mike DePalma wins comp eliminator. Don Thomas was 008 red. But Mike DePalma from Fort Worth, Texas wins Roof Tech Competition Eliminator. Let's go Super Gas. Final. Roger Warren and John Long. John Long in that 1986 Forenza, taking on the 63 Corvette Roadster of Roger Warren from Jacksonville, Texas. Here we go, folks. This is your Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster final, and this will be followed by the Super Comp final. Mark Ellis, right side, get out 616. David Dale, get out 628. 12 hundredths of a second head start. We'll go to the left-hand side of the racetrack. Actually, I'm being told that all right, looks like we're just fine here. David Dale, Mark Ellis. 1/10 of a second head start. Going to David Dale. Here we go. Top Dragster final. Let's go. Identical 0:27 reaction times. Top end. Dale moving around very close at center line and gets the win. 631 on the 628 dial. I'll tell you what, that car went about 1,400 feet to go 1320. But David Dale wins Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster. And now let's go to our Super Comp final. All winners need to come to the back of the tower for winner circle, please. All winners need to come to the back of the tower for winner circle, please. Here we go, Super Comp final. Landon Martinez left side, Vernon Rowland light side. Again, all winners need to line up in the winner's circle so we can get race one officially in the books. Here we go, Super Comp final. Landon Martinez left side, Vernon Rowland right side. Let's go. Oh, and Landon left before the tree came down. Vernon Rowland. Not the way he wanted to win that, but he'll take it anyway. And Vernon Rowland wins Super Cup, and that will complete race 1. I guarantee you that is definitely not the way Vernon Rowland wanted to win that SuperCom final, but he said he'll take it any way he can get it. All right, we got Junior Dragsters coming up here in just a little bit. Again, all winners need to line up in the winner's circle, please. All winners in the winner in comp, Super Stock, Super Comp, Super Gas, Super Street, Sportsman Motorcycle, Top Sportsman, and Top Dragster. All winners need you in the winner's circle, please, behind the tower. And we got Junior Dragsters coming up.
All right, race 1 in the books. Race 2 about to kick off with Junior Dragsters. And we're going to start out with, I believe, our younger category here. Here is Noah Harris over here on the left-hand side. Freddie Harris Jr. But he goes by Noah. Over here on the left, right side, no information in the computer just yet. We're Working on tech cards. We'll have it as soon as we can get it to you. So right side losing fire. Looks like we're going to go ahead and send the car on the left. You see DeMarcus leaning over the car there, talking to his driver. And DeMarcus will get out of the way and let Noah do his job. Getting a little instruction there. Staged, ready, and gone. Juniors racing to the slow-moving vehicle signs right there at the 660 mark. 1474 at 42 miles an hour for Noah. So that's how we start race number 1 with a time run. Two more juniors rolling up again. Going through the tech card process up here. They're not in the categories just yet. That's all right. We can at least tell you a little bit about times here, left and right. As this is the 6 to 9 year old category. All juniors? We did call them, okay. Hey, final call for all junior dragsters. We know we've been calling you for a while. Just want to make sure that if you're not there, you're going to miss out on your time run opportunity here. So junior dragsters, final call to the staging lanes for time session number 1. I think that's a little quick for your 6 to 9 year old group. 788 at 82 miles an hour. Right side 1107 at 56. I assume this is all right. Okay. All right, just wanted to confirm this is an all-run session. 788's a little bit quick for a poor little 6-year-old just hanging on to the steering wheel. Two more coming at you now. Car 4036 on the left. Car 4312 on the right. Left side, 793, 81 miles an hour. That's car 4036. Right side, car 4312, 1153 at 54 miles per hour. As junior dragsters are making their runs, our winners from race 1 are back there celebrating in the winner's circle, getting their Kodak moment. Robert Grice back there taking the pictures for our Race 1 champions. Car on the left, not in this category right now. Car on the right is Liam Lopez over there, right-hand side. Left side waits patiently, right side pulling up now. Little instruction from the crew chief there on the right. Now both racers motion forward to put them in the beams. $789 left side, 81 miles an hour for the speed. Right side, Liam Lopez, 1125 at 55. Coming up now, car 4077 left side, car 406C on the right. Again, we're in all run mode right now. Another of the 790 contingent over here on the left. How about a 793 at 92, excuse me, 793 at 82 miles an hour on the left. Right side 1357, speed of 49 miles per hour. We'll advance to our next pair here. Blaine Carroll. Apologies, Blaine. Carroll on the left side. I believe that's Dad Will out there behind the car. Right side, car 4080. Right side mashes the gas. We'll get there first. 786. That's a little too quick. 82 miles an hour. Blaine Carroll 14 flat at 38. Over here on the left. Attention in the pit area. Time trial 1 for Super Street. We need you to the lanes, please. Time trial 1 for Super Street. Come on down to the staging lanes, please. Time trial 1 for Super Street. We will take you now to the staging lanes, please. Car 4267 on the left, car 4699 on the right. Attention in the pit area. David Dale. We need you to report to the winner's circle ASAP. David Dale. We need you to the winner's circle ASAP. 796 at 80 miles an hour on the left. 916 at 77 on the right. Time runs continue here in our all-run session for junior dragsters. David Dale to the winner's circle, please. We also need Super Street time trial number 1 to the lanes. Super Street time trial 1 to the lanes. Car 42KX left side. 4190 on the right. As they make their way to the 8th mile mark, left side 796 at 80 miles an hour. Right side 891 at 72. Now it's car 421 and car 431. Again, David Dale, if you've not made your way to the winner's circle, we need you now. David Dale, we need you to the winner's circle ASAP. Super Street time run 1 to the lanes. Super Street time run 1 to the lanes. Little bit red on the left, 910 at 70 miles an hour. Right side 792 at a speed of 80.83. It's like some of our alcohol contingent out there doing a little track metering before we get into alcohol round number 1 later on this morning. Here's car 498M on the left, car 4734 on the right. Drivers getting a little bit of instruction there from their families. Getting set to pull into the beams right now. Once again, we need Super Street. Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street. We need you now to the staging lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes for time session number 1. Right side getting there first, 8:08 at 79 miles per hour. Left side, 11:54 at 55. Super Street, come on down. Super Street, we need you. Come on down. Car 445X now on the left side. Car 416 on the right. Another one just a touch too quick. 788 at 83 on the left for car 445X. Car 416 goes 882 at 72 miles per hour. Looks like a single coming up here for the next junior, right-hand side. I believe that is car 700X. Car back here on the behind the water box having some trouble getting fired up. That's not the way you want to start the day. Top end 793 at 82. Right side, car 700X. So a little bit of trouble here. Looks like they've got it resolved. That car fired up, so we'll see them in just a minute. Back to the starting line with car 4470 on the left, car 400M on the right. Both drivers taking their time to pull forward. Both racers mash the gas, head to the 8th mile mark. 795 on the left at 84 miles an hour for car 4470. Car 400M goes 806 at a speed of 80 miles per hour. Car 403, car 4597, your next pairing on the starting line. Getting ready to do the equivalent of a dry hop for each of them. Super Street. Super Street time runs to the staging lanes. Super Street. This is your final call. Super Street, final call for time runs to the staging lanes, please. This time around, 796 at 80 miles an hour for the left side. Right side goes 816 at 81. Final call, Super Street. Final call, Super Street. Once again, this is your final call, final call. Super Street for time run number 1. 401R on the left, 4290 on the right. Both of them light the top bulb. Now both of them light the bottom bulb simultaneously. Now both of them leave on the green. .786. 82 miles an hour right side, 853 at 74 on the left. It's a little bit quick out there today, as most of our 790 players have been in the 780s. Next up, 4908 and 4902, left and right, respectively. We're working our way towards the end of the Junior Dragster time run session. Super Street should be waiting in the wings. Eight flat at 81 on the left side. Right side 779 at 83. That's a little way too quick over there on the right. Don't want to get into that 760 zone. That'll be a bad day. This is car 4191 on the left. Car 4253 on the right. Of course, these racers being put into their appropriate age category, but since we're running them all out of one as an all run, unless they were 8 or 9 years old, we wouldn't have them in the computer anyway. Well, if you're dyslexic, they have identical reaction times. 886 at 72 miles an hour on the left. 791 at 82 miles an hour on the right. 014, 041, whatever. 220, 221, whatever it takes. I think we're just about out of juniors here, getting very close. 416X will pull up now, left side of the track, alongside car 430. Coming up now. .007 on the right, 862 at 81 on the scoreboard. Right side, left side, car 416X with an 891 at 73. Next up, the canopied dragster on the left. That is car 4971. Right side, a little more open air machine over there. Car 447. They just keep coming around the bend. So left lane still sits on the starting line, right side, 801 at 80 miles an hour. We'll get a reset over here on the left. Single pass coming up now over here on the left. Now that young racer heads to the other end. Not too distracted when 25 on the tree, then 1182 at 54 at the top. And the single pass coming up here for car 4201. I believe we are, nope. I was going to say we were out of juniors, but somebody must have fed one after midnight because they keep popping up. .867 at 74 miles an hour left side. This time around it's car 419X on the left, 4116 on the right. Sorry, my eyesight's getting bad. I can't really read anymore. 784 at 82 miles an hour. On the left, 805 at 81 for car 4116 on the right. And I'd say based on the rumble directly below my feet that those are not junior dragsters. I mean, juniors are loud, but they're not V8 loud. Car 4785 and car 415R will be your final two. Pulling up right now. Super Street, you should all be there. If not, you're about to miss it. Time trial number 1 for Super Street coming up. Like one of our juniors being pushed off to the safe area there. That's not a good way to start your Saturday morning. To the other end they go, 792 on the right-hand side, 81 miles an hour for the speed, 891 at 71 miles an hour on the left. So juniors are complete. Super Street coming up. Hey, folks, a reminder to you. Bobby Bennett and our friends over at Competition Plus have been covering the D4 Roof Tech Competition Eliminator Bonus Fund along with all sportsman drag racing here in Division 4. All season long. Big thanks to Bobby and the team. And go check out Competition Plus TV. Has just posted a couple of days ago a great video by our talented friend Les Mayhew. Les behind the lens, capturing video from the Competition Eliminator fight that's going on here in Division 4. I believe it was the race in Houston, but I know it's a spectacular piece, and if you haven't taken the time to watch it, you should do so. It's a great show. You'll be highly entertained. Again, a big thank you to Bobby Bennett and the entire Competition Plus team. Go check out Competition Plus TV for coverage of your fellow racers right here in the South Central Division. And with that, Super Street time trial number 1 coming up, and back to join us to tell you all about it, it's Mr. Fabian Brown.
Thank you, Warren. I'll tell you what, great impressive showing by our junior dragsters, the stars of tomorrow. And we'll go Super Street. First time trial of race number 2. 4184 on the left side and Jim Presley on the right. We do have a couple cars that did not run in race 1. They are running in race 2. So here we go. Jim Presley had a Longview Tex, that 57 Bel Air. Beautiful looking race car. As again, this is Super Street time trial 1090. The magic number on the scoreboard. All righty, so here we go. Presley. See what he can do here. And he goes double away on the Christmas tree. That's Mr. Presley. And top man of the racetrack. 10:89.9 for Presley. 11:02.8 126 for the left side. All righty, so next up, Jimmy Denham left side, Greg Parson right side. Top of the racetrack, win line. There you go. Jimmy Denham, 1092.4 to a 1093.6. You have this super street time trial. You get stock eliminator for your first qualifier for race 2 to the lanes, please. Stock eliminator to the stage lanes for your first qualifying session for race 2. Stock eliminator. Need you to the lanes, please, for your first qualifying session to race number 2. As Ray Todd goes 1091.6, 134 to a 1093.8 at 143 for Rodney Grant. Again, stock eliminator to the lanes, please, for your first qualifying session for race 2. And next up, Michael Hancock and Dennis Harrelson. And we're clean and green again. Top of the racetrack through quarter mile. 1091.2 to a 1091.3. Side by side all the way down the racetrack. As we'll bring up our next pair of Brandon Sellers and Chucky Wire. There we go. Sellers and Wire. Identical 16 reaction times. Top end quarter mile. 1095.1 for Brandon Sellers. Chucky 1088.8. Here we go. It's Chris Presley, Wendell Shelton. Top of the racetrack. 1090 with a 6 for Wendell Shelton. 1082.6 for Chris Presley. Red lights are both sides. Top end. That's Mike Fielder and Ricky Sellers. 1093.2 for Mike. 1093.8 for Ricky Sellers. Here we go. Mark McCall, red light start. Amanda Loftus, right side, 018 green. At the top end of the quarter mile. 10.87.4 for Mark McCall. Amanda Loftus in that Mustang. 10.84.1. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on NHRA.TV and the NHRA YouTube channel. This is race number 2, time trials and qualifying for the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, the Lone Star Nationals, presented by Scott Kennedy Parts Center from the Texas Motorplex. I'm Fabian Brown. Be joined alongside Warren Evans throughout the day. A little while ago, we just completed race 1. Now we are getting going here for race number 2 against Stock Eliminator. To the lanes for your qualifying session. Stock Eliminator to the lanes for your qualifying session. Day 3 to 1089 for Jeremy Heffler and Greg Simba. So Michael Kilgore left side in the Lightning truck. Mike Britt on the right side. 004 reaction time there for Mike Britt and the Nova. $10.85 to $10.77. He fills Rick Huffman, red light both sides. Top end of the racetrack, 10.84.2 to a 10.84.3. As Tony Stewart, no, not the Tony Stewart that celebrated his birthday today, but the one from Springtown, Texas. Chase Huffman, right side. Again, Stock Eliminator needed the lane for qualifying. Stock Eliminator the lanes for qualifying. 10.87.0 to 10.83.2. So next up, Jim Palmer and Ken Height. Height left side of that 73 Gremlin. Jim Palmer, the 76 Chevrolet Vega at Crowley, Texas. Top end, 10.82.7 for Ken Height. Jim Palmer, 10.85.3 at 142 miles an hour. Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator. As a good friend of mine, the late great Steve Latemp used to say, help me, help me, help me. Stock Eliminator needs an out of the lanes, please. Do not make me send DeMarcus out there. Stock Eliminator needs you now, please, guys and gals. Stock Eliminator needs you now, 10.79 for Colton Pear. Brittany DeVore, 10.85.4. go. David Stone, Jared Ross. So Wade Metzinger, Trevor Land. So Trevor Land having issues there. 1088.6 for Wade Metzinger. And Stock Eliminator needs you now for qualifying. Stock Eliminator needs you now for qualifying. Red light star there for Brian Geffson. Ray Dew on the right side. Top of the racetrack, 1098.2, 127, 1085.0, 145 miles per hour. Next up, Hayden Brown left side, Bill Kidd on the right. And we are clean and green once more. Sportsman Motorcycle to the lanes, please, for your first qualifying session. Sportsman Motorcycle to the lanes, please, for your first qualifying session for race number 2. Top of the racetrack, Steve Hughes, Jay Bunce, 1085.8 to a 1085.6. Don Snow, Milo Elkins. 29 thou red there for Milo. Thank you very much, sir. That's fine. I appreciate it, sir. All right, don't forget, folks, make sure you visit over on CompetitionPlus.tv. Got a great coverage here of the previous race, one in Houston, and also from Thunder Valley in Oklahoma, and also this one. Les Mayhew's got a great video that's up there, so make sure you check that out. Tony Jones and Greg Williams. Red light start for Greg Williams. At the top of the racetrack, 1081.7, 130, 1085.5, and 150. Top of the racetrack, 1085, 6, 127 for John Long. 1088, 6, 8. Here we go, Wayne Pratt. Right side, 023. Hunter Kendall, 048 red. Top of the racetrack. 1091 to a 1089. Identical 004 reds. $10.99.9 for Kevin Thorpe. Thomas Marlowe, 1081.2. Still in Super Street here. Ross Ragland taking on car 4151. Final pair here of Super Street on the line. And a perfect light for Ross Ragland. If he goes 1090 with a 0, it wouldn't count for the bonus. 10.37. That'll be it for Super Street. Alrighty, so we're going to go into stock eliminator qualifying. Now this is the final car for Super Street. Double 05 for Rustin Mays. $10.88.3. All right, here we go. Let's go to stock eliminator. Sam Porciello, left-hand side, double A stock automatic. And Tim Ames, getting for anyone watching on NHRA.tv, how stock eliminator qualifying works. Each car in the category is assigned an index based upon horsepower, shipping weight of the car, engines, a lot of different factors. Each car is assigned an index. How far under your index you go determines where you qualify. So the further under your index you go, the higher you're qualified. You could literally have the slowest car in the category, but if you're the furthest under your index, you're number one qualifier. You could be. Ironically, you could be the fastest car and be the lowest qualifier. And Sam Porciello double A stock automatic goes 1042, 127. Tim Ames and that Duster 1093 at 121 miles an hour. Robert Swan and Brian Massengill. So here we go. Top end, 1054.1 to 957.3. Marty Berg, left side of Leonard, Texas. Jay Stock automatic, 1245 his index. Vern Buchanan at Conway, Arkansas, G-Stock automatic. 73 Mustang with a 351 under the car. $11.16, 117 for Vern, 833 under the index. Marty Berg, 1159 with an A112. He was 852 under his index. As Danny Rucker and Don Davidson. And here we go. Let's get Super Comp rolling this way for a time trial. Super Comp rolling this way for a time trial. Super Comp. First time trial, race 2 to the lanes, please. 11:04, 119 to 11:49, 114. As Parker DeVore, left side, and Everett Vassar on the right side. Everett Vassar, that H-Stock automatic, that 99 Camaro SS, and Parker DeVore's got that 1977 Volare. It's an I-stock automatic. Top end quarter mile. 1064 for Vassar. 351 under. Parker DeVore goes 1142.8. He was 872 under his index. As our next pair, Daryl Irwin. Left side, Kennedale, Texas, and Bill Basham. Azle, Texas, the half-stock automatic on the right-hand side, taking on the 8-stock automatic on the left side. Wheels up, setting him down for Irwin. Top of the racetrack. 11:26, 116 for Daryl Irwin. 11:44, the 5:110 for Bill Basham. He was 395 under the index, while Daryl Irwin was 882 under the index. Again, final call for sports motorcycle Super Comp. Need you now, please, for your first time trial. Super Comp. First time trial of the lanes, please. April Merrill and Ray Buckner. $10.99, $119 to $11.23, $117. So Darrell Hamlin, Charles Ford. Perfect light for Darrell Hamlin. $11.15 with a 7 for Hamlin. $11.76 for Charles Ford. As next up, Bryce Grenier and Gavin LeHue. Red light start for Bryce Grenier. Gavin LeHue on the right side. 10:47, 113 to 10:51, 125. There we go, James Carter, Dave Flett. Continuing on here in Stockelberry qualifying, James Carter in Mesquite, Texas. D-Stock automatic, and Dave Flett from Lubbock, Texas, the E-Stock automatic. Here we go. And I tell you what, Jake Carr hugging that center line a little bit. 1093, 120 to 1134, 117. John Breimer and Bobby Brannon will be our next two. Alrighty, folks, just give you a little quick update. We're going to finish stock limiter qualifying here. Then we'll go into Super Comp, and then we'll have round one of Top Alcohol Dragster, Top Alcohol Funny Car. So super stock, super gas. You guys can relax a little bit as we're going to finish up stock limiter qualifying. Because John Breimer is 881 with a 2. Do a 1044 with a 5 for Bobby Brannon. So we're going to finish stock limiter first session. Then we're going to go into Super Comp. And then we'll go Top Alcohol Funny Car and Top Alcohol Dragster round one eliminations. So super stock, super gas. You guys can relax a little bit. You're going to run after round one of Top Alcohol Dragster and Top Alcohol Funny Car. Olson, Sam Lusko. Top end 1087 to a 1091. All righty, so Sharon Bogus and Brenda Grubbs. Again, this repeat, we're going to finish stock limiter qualifying here. Then we got Super Comp. And then we'll go Top Alcohol Dragster and Top Alcohol Funny Car, round one eliminations. Devin Diaguardi and Michael Mulris. 11:36 to 11:50. Billy Hughes and Stephen Reynolds. Top of the racetrack. 10:59 to 11:75. Ann Candies and Austin Ford. Here we go. Ford 028 on the Christmas tree and Candice 086. Ken Klassen, 11:33, 116, 11:76, 90 miles an hour. So Sheila May Holt and Brian Ponville. Red light start for Sheila May. Top end 1079, 121, 1116, 117. Paul Candies, Willie Coleman. Our next two here in stock limited qualifying again, folks. We're going to go finish up stock. Then we got Super Comp. And then we'll have Top Alcohol Dragster, Top Alcohol Funny Car. Round one eliminations. Wheels up, Willie Coleman. B stock automatic on the right hand side, factory stock D machine on the left. And top at 978, 136 for Paul Candies, 1065, 122. Willie Coleman. Top end 982, 116 for Brandon Baggies. Jimmy Hidalgo, 1128.9. As our next pair, it'll be David Latino and Kevin Hale. Here we go. Latino and Hale. Yeah, 1091, 1196. And our next pair coming up will be Connor Matthews on the left-hand side at Pioneer, Louisiana. And Ross Pondville of Belle Rose. F-stock automatic there for Connor. Ross, A-stock automatic. Here we go. Wheels up, setting them down. Here we go, top of the racetrack. 10:35, 127 for Ross Ponvo. Connor Matthews, 11:35, 198 miles per hour. Brett Candies and Jimmy Hutto. Wheels up, setting him down there for Jimmy. $929, 144 to a $984, 134. As again, we're finishing up stock. Then we got Super Comp. Then alcohol eliminations. Riley Trumbull left side, right side, double A stock automatic. Gary Evans left side. Factory stock A machine, top end 915, 120 for Gary. 547 under. Riley goes 993.6, 133, 764 under her in the index for the double A stock automatic. So next up, Matt Pellicino left side. C-Stock automatic out of Springfield, Louisiana, and Mike Trumbull at Pasadena, Texas. 71 Chevrolet Chevelle at the D-Stock automatic. Here we go. Top of the range at 1061, 125. For Pellicino, 1088.0, 121 for Mike Trumbull. Top at 11:34 to 10:65 for Todd Bailey and Jerry Emmons. And next pair will be Jimmy Hidalgo, the reigning stock limiter world champion. Harvey Emmons on the right side. At Friendswood, Texas, Hidalgo from Donaldsonville, Louisiana. Top end, 10:32.4 for Harvey Evans. Jimmy Hidalgo, 10:98.9. Brad Plord, Jeff Lopez. Top of the racetrack. 9:42, 141, 18, or 9:30, 10:93 and 104.77. Keith Beggy, Kyle Rizzoli. Top end. 10:30, 109 to 10:64, 125. Elizabeth Lopez left side and Will Carroll on the right. F-Stock automatic for Elizabeth. Will Carroll goes a B-Stock automatic 69 Chevelle at Ardmore, Oklahoma. Ardmore Dragway owners. And problem there for Elizabeth Lopez. And now the car just lost power. And still moving down there. Cross finish line at 22:14 at 35 miles an hour. We got Sportsman Motorcycle here. Derek Dory, Jimmy Dory, or Jeremy Dory. So here we go. Derek Dory out of Kingwood, Texas. Jeremy Dory from Jacksonville, Texas. Red light start for Derek. And starter Rusty shutting them off. And it looks like we are going to be on hold. And we are going to be on hold here for a moment as one of the officials go check the racetrack here. All right, so Frank Dixon, Eddie Glaze. Here next to you once we get you all cleared. Looks like we'll be clearing here in just a moment. So here we go, Dixon and Glaze. So we have sports motorcycle here, then super comp, and then alcohol eliminations. Frank Dixon out of Mesquite, Texas. Eddie Glaze from Missouri City, Texas. Red light for Eddie. .832, 164 to a 910, 138. So Vince McCullough on a solo here. Oh, 21 reaction time. Top end, 938, 141 miles an hour. And score Eli and Robert Sanders. Here we go. Top end. It's 888, 695 miles per hour. Problems there for Corey Eli, 1093 and 117. They're Dwayne Townsend, John Mike Hudson. .907 141 there for John Mike Hudson. Here's Leland Sykes, your race 1 winner. Denver, Colorado, Ricky K. Right side, Humboldt, Texas. There we go. $893 141 as Leland Sykes didn't go, but they're going to bag him up and give him his opportunity. All right, so we're clean and green to go. Leland Sykes. And your race 1 winner from earlier this morning. $875 144. Michael Nash left side on the solo. Final bike here, Michael Nash. Then we got Super Comp coming up, and then we'll have alcohol, top alcohol dragster, top alcohol funny car, round 1 eliminations, and a perfect light for Michael Nash. 784 with a 2. Here we go. Chase Murray, Wayne Landry. Here's Chase. Here's Wayne Landry. Chase Murray, Orange, Texas. Wayne Landry, St. Bernard, Louisiana, on the Toyota side of the racetrack. Here we go. 890, the batted number down on the scoreboard. Top end. 895.6 for Chase Murray. Wayne Landry. $883.4 is next up be Cody Reed and Jim Jones. And Jim Jones leapt for the tree, rolled through the beams. We're not going to time. Cody Reed goes dead on with a 2. Joseph Swan, Jim Zimmerman. Here we go. Swan and Zimmerman. Top end 891.1 for Jim Zimmerman, 898.1, 181 for Joseph Swan. So Willie Flores and Landon Exner here in there we go, 876 with a 4, 173 to 880 with a 7, 178. Dwight Allen goes 056 on the tree. Red line for Rick Huffman. Top end dead on with a 1 there for Rick Huffman. Dwight Allen goes 937.8. Next pair up, Terry Wagner and Cody Melton. Wagner out of Sherman, Texas, and Cody Melton from Amarillo. There we go, top of the racetrack. Dead on with a 0 there for Terry Wagner. And Not sure what happened to Keisha Huffman, but she backed out. Yeah, but at least she maybe had some gremlins yesterday. And Warren, looking at her, they're taking one of the side panels off and possibly, not sure, she possibly maybe lost power. They're looking at maybe the dash on her car. Possibly an electrical issue, not quite sure, but she did not take the tree, so she, I believe, will be able to probably make her time trial attempt. So Charlotte Heffler, Peter Guillen. There we go, Charlotte and Peter. $889.6, 170 for Charlotte. Peter goes $895, 181. So we got information on the left-hand side. Is here one of our new engines, but Richard Pearson on the right side. Double 9 light, 897.5 for Pearson. Left-hand side, 907.5. Bill Dennis, John Brenner. First call for Top Alcohol Dragster, round one to the lanes, please. First call for Top Alcohol Dragster, round one to the stage lanes, please. First call, Top Alcohol Dragster, round one to the lanes. All right, so here we go. Derek Purvis, Mark Powers. Again, first call for Top Alcohol Dragster. Round one of eliminations to the staging lanes, please. Purvis and Powers, top of the racetrack. 893, 181 on 897, 182. Here we go. Dan Foley and car 416W. Top of the racetrack. 925, 128 to a 994, 107. Both of them out of the throttle a little early. Keisha Huffman and John Warren top at 893 to an 886. So top alcohol dragsters are rolling into the staging lanes for their round one of eliminations. Michael Johnson, Terry Pollard. Top of the racetrack, 896.9, Terry Pollard. Michael Johnston was 001 red, goes 886.8, while Terry Pollard was 001 on the green side. Problems there from Michael Holcomb, so Blake Allen. So Michael Holcomb actually going to go Blake Allen having the issue. They may have been leaking a little bit of fluid out from underneath the car, so starter Rusty shutting them off. 887.6 for Michael Holcomb. John Alonso, Heidi Robeson. And Super Cup, again, Top Alcohol Dragster is up next. Here we go, John Alonso, Heidi Robeson. Red light for John Alonso. Top end, 893 to 190 miles an hour for John Alonso. Heidi goes 898.7, 189.60. Here we go. Jordan Ward, Todd Irwin. They got Chris LeBlanc and Shauna Brinkley in the box. Again, Top Alcohol Dragster, Top Alcohol Funny Car will be next. Red light for Jordan Ward. Top at 898.5, 178 for Ward, 890 with a 7, 12-pack total for Todd Irwin. As again, here is the young lady Shauna Brinkley out of Highlands, Texas, the Roof Tech sponsored machine. Chris LeBlanc on the left side. $890 with a 1 for Shauna Brinkley. Red light start for Chris LeBlanc. So Kendall Elliott and Leonard Greathouse. And Leonard Greathouse didn't go, and Randall Elliott didn't get anything. There he goes. He found the okay, I can go now pedal. Top into the racetrack there for Leonard Greathouse. And problems are obviously for Leonard Greathouse. As we'll go to the next pair of Michael Bailey and Jenna Moorhead. So again, before we get into the complete Super Cup, before we have our Top Alcohol Dragster and Top Alcohol Funny Car Elimination, we'll have, of course, our pre-race ceremonies with our invocation from Racers for Christ Chaplain Joey Keith. And again, want to remind you, tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. in the Champions Club, we'll have another Racers for Christ Chapel service. Of course, everyone is welcome to attend. That's tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. in the Champions Club. Top end 886.8 to an 886.8. Identical down to the foul. Sean Neidig and Doug Wegner. $896 or $892. Justin Frost, Rodney Frazier. Red light for Justin Frost. Red 012 light there for Rodney Frazier. Top end, 892.7, 184 to 894.4, 183. All right, Tim Parker, Hannah Walter. A few more pairs of Super Comp to go. Then we'll go into our pre-race ceremonies. Again, we'll have round one of Top Alcohol Dragster and Top Alcohol Funny Car coming up here in a little bit. Red light start here for Tim Parker. There we go, Mick Durando and Paul Buell. There we go, Durando and Buell. So once again, we'll have our pre-race ceremonies with our Invocator's National Anthem prior to round number one of Top Alcohol Dragster. Top end, Doug Miller, 887.1, 004 react time. Taryn Brickman, 891.3. On a 007 red light start. Here we go, Jason Medlin, Christopher Dodd. Top end, 884 to 895. And starter Rusty holding them up there for just a moment as one of our officials spotted the piece of debris in the shutdown that we got, and we're ready to resume. Kyle Rickman and Shannon Brinkley.
Next up, Kyle Rickman, left side, runs off the number 909 at 188 miles an hour. A lot of speed down there. Shannon Brinkley, 888 at 183. Two more lining up right now. This is going to be Tessa Bloomberg. Saw Dad in the final earlier today in Top Sportsman. Miss Tessa pulling up now out of Tomball, Texas, alongside Kevin Wilson. Magnolia, Texas, the home for the right lane race car. Hustling down track, top end. It's an 894 on the left side at 181 for Tessa. Kevin Wilson, 884 at 182. So she's 4 over, he's 6 under. But that's what time runs are for. Yes, your converter works. Mike Bjorm out of Justin, Texas, alongside Jay Bunce. Bunce from Piedmont, Oklahoma. I saw Jay earlier this year chasing the big check out there at the Spring Fling Million in Las Vegas. Back here on the divisional circuit. And Jay, well, it's a good thing it's a time run. 909 left side at 138 miles an hour for Mike Bjorm. He slowed up like his foot fell off the accelerator down there. Jay Bunce, 896 at 170. And that reaction time, well, not so much. Gina Pullman and Billy Torrance coming up now. Billy over on the right-hand side. Kilgore, Texas. For the Capco boys, he's 004 on the tree. 889 at the top end at 191. Gina Pullman, 895 at 181 miles per hour. Mike Green will pull up next out of Moore, Oklahoma. Right side, not in the computer at the moment. Car 455E. You got a tech card for 455E? Hey, Nick. Nick, you got a tech card for 455E? $888. 176 on the left side for Mike Green. Right side, 867 at 178, way under the number over there on the right. It's Kimbo Owens coming up now, left side of the track. A little bit of mop-up duty out there in front of that race car. Out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, alongside Nathan Martin. And Martin, you saw the staging procedure there as he did his burnout, backed up very slowly, backed up just enough to turn off the stage light, sat in pre-stage for a second. And it seems to work for him as he's got a green light start. Finish line says 887 at 172 on the left for Kimbo Owens. Nathan Martin, 887.3 at 182 miles per hour. We'll both get to the same number. They just do it in a different way. Kevin Thorpe and Austin Williams coming up now. A-Dub won on a torrid winning streak last year in this race car. His fresh Miller chassis car. Dominated the middle and late part of the season, chasing the championship, came up just a couple of rounds short. Kevin Thorpe, 896 at 181 left side. Austin Williams, 885 at 185 for Super Comp number 2. Alcohol cars, you should be lining up over there. I believe I saw the alcohol funny cars all paired up over there. Top alcohol dragsters also wait in the wings. Our 8-car field for those racers is coming up as well. So race fans, if you're wandering around the pit area, attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. If you are the driver of a white Toyota SUV, license plate SRG0613, you are blocking a racer pit. You need to move immediately. Once again, if you are the driver of a Toyota SUV, tag, I think it's a SUV, looks like it is. It's a white Toyota Texas plate SRG0613. You need to move immediately. This is Nick Smith and Ross Larice. Smith, 917 at the top end at 182. And Baby Larice, or Baby Grandpa Larice, 888 at 188 over on the right. Trinae Cresone over there on the right-hand side. Trinae out of Raceland, Louisiana. Also carrying the banner for Larice Motorsports Insurance. You see Scott Spees looking things over there, the car chief for the entire Larice Motorsports operation. Tanner Thorpe alongside. Thorpe out of Midland, Texas. 2023 Ultratech chassis. I'm not sure I'm familiar with Ultratech as a chassis builder, but if it works for him, very good. It's certainly a beautiful car if you get up close and personal to it, as you would expect from any of the Thorpe racing machines. Trinae, 885 at 179. Tanner, 884 at 182. Next pair, it's Bree Johnson out of Sulphur, Oklahoma on the left. And it is Holden Larice, a.k.a. Baby Daddy Larice, over here on the right, and not good for Holden as the insurance man is being pushed back. Car is not under its own power. We'll get him cleared. I'm sure Mr. Spees will get things sorted out. Get him back on the racetrack. 006 on the tree for Bree. 875, that's too quick at 167 for Bree Johnson. Super Comp cars are whittling down 2 by 2 until they'll all get one time shot in the books here. Heath Phillips out of Scurry, Texas, comes up now alongside Tommy Phillips from Canton, Texas. I have no idea if these two are related. Heath on the left, Tommy on the right. Tommy, of course, one of the more dominant players in NHRA drag racing for many years. Casing Lane built machine over on the right-hand side. We're staged and ready. Tommy goes red up front by 005. Heath Phillips, 904 at 175. Tommy Phillips, 891 at 182. So for time run purposes, Tommy, the better of the two. For turning on the green light purposes, Heath was better. Dwayne Hawks rolls up now, left side of the track. That's the Phil Trailer Sales lane over here on the left. And in the Toyota lane on the right, Jeff Lopez out of Fort Worth. Lopez, a former NHRA world champion. .888 at 177 left side for Dwayne Hawks. Jeff Lopez, 887, speed of 176 miles per hour. Kyle Sechrist will come up next out of Norman, Oklahoma. And Rustin Mays alongside Mansfield, Texas. As I see just a handful of cars left. And I don't think that F350 is going to run here in Super Comp, so I think it's associated with an alcohol car. .877 at 167 for Sechrist. Rustin Mays, 887 at 172. And then there was one. Final Super Comp car here in category is going to be Blake Allen out of Veneta, Oklahoma. Allen will take the single on the Phil's Trailer Sales side of the track. Blake Allen, 14 letting go of the button, 884 at the top end at 184. And so Super Comp time run number one is in the books. Just a little bit of cleanup here on the starting line, and then we go into alcohol cars. Fabian Brown will take you through round number one here in Top Alcohol Dragster.
Thank you, Warren. As we are getting ready for round one of Top Alcohol Dragster, ladies and gentlemen, I now ask you all, if you are able to, please stand, move your hat to attend towards the flags. I bring in our chaplain for Team Racers for Christ, Deanna Hudson, who will lead us in today's invocation.
Thank you. If everybody would bow their heads. Father God, Lord, we just thank you for this beautiful day that you've given here at the Texas Motorplex. Father, we thank you for the freedom that we have in this country. We thank you for those that fight for that freedom. We ask your blessings and protection upon them. Father, today as we go to this race, we just ask for protection for our racers, our crew, all of the staff and the fans. Father, again, we just give you the glory and we thank you for a beautiful day of racing. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Chap. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of the United States National Anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Indeed, God bless America. Again, on behalf of all of us at the NHRA, if there are any active, reserve, retired United States Armed Forces members, first responders here, again, for Warren Evans, myself, for Matt A.H., our division director, all the way up for Glenn Cromwell, Peter Clifford, our executive team with the NHRA, we simply say thank you. But it's time to get down to business. Top alcohol dragster business. Chase Copeland, Aaron Cooper. That song you heard first, that's part of actually the NHRA soundtrack that's on Spotify and other music services. But here we go. Chase Copeland, left side, qualified the 4th spot, has the choice of lanes over Aaron Cooper. Now, Aaron Cooper may have a little bit of an advantage here because he currently owns the NHRA national record for speed in a top alcohol dragster that was set at this racetrack at over 286 miles per hour. Could we see that today? Probably not. But you just never know with top alcohol dragster because you got all the numbers and then they actually do it on the racetrack. First pair out, top alcohol dragster here at the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. The Lone Star Nationals presented by Scott Gadicki Parts Center here at the birthplace of speed, Texas Motorplex. There they go, 9,000 separation, top end of the racetrack. It's going to be a good one. Give it to Aaron Cooper, 534. Look at the speed, 282.82 miles an hour. That is fastest run of the weekend for now. Chase Copeland was 9,000 slow reaction time, 539, 272, but a nice lap to open it up here at Top Alcohol Dragster. So I need super stock for qualifying to the lanes, please. Super stock for qualifying session number 1 of the lanes, please. As our next matchup, this will be a real good one. Julie Natas and Hunter Green. Julie Natas qualified the 2 spot. And Hunter Green, number 7, 2 teammates facing each other. Of course, Hunter Green, the son of Pro Mod Racer, Nitro Funny Car Racer Chad Green. He is licensed in Top Fuel and plans on running Top Fuel in the near future. I'm sure Julie Natas hopefully has those same aspirations. Julie is a former Lucas Oil regional champion. Finished number 6 in the national chase last year. Now, Julie had lane choices, taking that left side. Remember, Aaron Cooper did not have lane choice. He went over the right lane and got the win, but we'll see. Here's Julie. Here's Hunter. Again, super stock. You have been called for round number 1. Super stock of qualifying. Super stock qualifying round number 1. Let's go, super stock, for qualifying. Staging lanes, please. So Julie, 5:31.7, 276. Hunter Green, 5:41, 269. Again, the two teammates, they probably know what each other's got better than anybody else. But by experience, you got to give the advantage to Julie Natas. But Hunter Green is no slouch over there on the Toyota side of the racetrack. Of course, I'm sure Dad has been checking in while he's up there in Chicago at Route 66 for the Camping World Series return there to Chicago the first time in 4 years. So either way, Randy Myers got a car going into round number 2. It doesn't matter which one. Julie left side, Hunter right side. They rich up the fuel, and they're out of here. Oh, man, Hunter Green nailed her on the tree. Top end of the racetrack, it's going to be Julie Natas, 5:28. But I'll tell you what, Warren, Hunter Green, he made Julie earn that. He was 001 on the Christmas tree.
Yeah, I expected both of those cars to be a little bit closer to each other since they come out of the same camp, and he knew he had to do something to get inside of Julie's qualifying number that she had before, so getting 600ths on the tree had to be an advantage, but just couldn't run the number at the top end, down on speed, slowing to a 221 speed down there at the finish line.
Definitely for sure, but Hunter Green, 001 reaction time. Julie, 068, but at 5:28, 278 miles per hour, her quickest and fastest run of the weekend thus far, as we will go to the next pair of Jackie Frick on the left side. So I'm being told that that's Carl Bronkowski down the right-hand side. Terry Schmidt actually qualified in the 8th spot, but not able to make the call round 1. So Carl gets in as an alternate here. So Carl thinking maybe last night wasn't going to qualify, but he has a chance. But he's got to take on the number 1 qualifier for Jackie Frick. She's been as quick as 5:22 so far this weekend for the former national championship runner-up, as the engines come to life for pair number 3 of Top Alcohol Dragster. Top Alcohol Funny Car will be following the last 2 pair, and Super Stock need to be in the lanes for qualifying. Super Stock need to be in the lanes for qualifying. So here we go, Bronkowski. Possibly a chance for redemption, but he's taking on a car that's been about 3/10 quicker than him this weekend. But again, we don't race him on paper. Race him on the quarter mile. So here's Jackie. Well, here's Carl. Here's Jackie Frick. Now, one thing, everybody with lane choice thus far has taken that left-hand lane, and so far, it's 1-1. The first pair, Aaron Cooper did not have lane choice, one out of the right lane. That second pair, Julie Natas, though she really had to drive around her teammate there, Hunter Green, on the other end of the racetrack, one out of the left lane. As our final pair is sitting behind the water box, it'll be Shane Conway and James Stevens. And Shane having the choice of lanes, taking that left lane. So Jackie Frick, Lucas Oil, NGK Spark Plugs, JE Pistons, Wright Trailers, Fink Equipment, Manly Accelerated Travel. She's been as quick as a 5'11" in her career, while Carl Bronkowski, 2010 American Race Cars chassis, 552.8, and gets in as an alternate, but he's taking on one of the top names in Top Alcohol Dragster right now, Jackie Frick. Starting line advance given to Carl Bronkowski, sticking right with her. Top out of the racetrack is going to be Jackie Frick, 5:27, 275 miles per hour. Carl Bronkowski made his best run of the weekend, had a little over 300s in his pocket on the starting line, 5:41, 240. But again, he had made Jackie Frick earn that one. He was 300s out of the gate on that, as we're setting off car alarms out there in the pit area. And Carl made his best run of the weekend by a little over 1/10 of a second. But Jackie Frick actually didn't get to him until right about the last 300 feet or so, just looking at the numbers. But Carl Bronkowski did one heck of a job on that, just came up a little bit short. And Jackie Frick will move into the semifinal round later on this afternoon. As we go to our final pair of Top Alcohol Dragster, it's going to be Shane Conway out of Spring, Texas, and James Stevens from Gothenburg, Nebraska. So again, Top Alcohol Funny Car will be next. Again, Super Stock should be back there. Super Stock should be back there. Super Stock should be back there. As again, this is the two different engine combinations we talked about. Shane Conway injected on nitro, while James Stevens is supercharged on alcohol. Here's James Stevens. He'll do the longer, more higher RPM burnout. Well, maybe not. But the interesting thing is that the RPMs for James Stevens right there, just in the burnout, is higher than the RPMs will be for the injected nitro car Shane Conway the entire run. So again, this is the final pair. Round one of Top Alcohol Dragster. Then we got Bob McCosh and Kyle Smith will be our first pair of Top Alcohol Funny Car. Yeah, these are the two engine combinations you're allowed to have in both Top Alcohol Funny Car and Top Alcohol Dragster. On the left, injected on nitro. The other, supercharged on alcohol. And as you can tell, the bigger rear wing, longer wheelbase for the injected nitro car more resembles a modern-day Top Fuel machine. But they're pre-staged. Final pair, round one, Top Alcohol Dragster. They're set. And a red light for James Stevens throws it away. Oh, man, throws away a 5:37.4 as Shane Conway struck the tires, and I'm sure this James Stevens crew definitely disappointed. He made his best pass of the weekend, but unfortunately headed back to Gothenburg a little early. But Shane Conway will go to the next round, however, will not have lane choice. So I believe the next round. So we'll have the next round matchups for you in a little bit. I believe it'll be Julie Natas and so I believe it'll be Jackie Frick and Aaron Cooper, and then you'll have Julie Natas and Shane Conway. And looks like the ladies going to have lane choice on both of those. So Bob McCosh and Kyle Smith will be our first pair of top alcohol funny cars. Matt Plogin gives the signal to Bob and Kyle to fire them up and go. Here we go. Bob McCosh, Kyle Smith. Again, Super Stock is next. Super Stock. So Bob McCosh left side, Columbia, Missouri, finished number 6 in the National Chase last year, qualified in the number 1 spot. Kyle Smith on the right side. Again, only 4 alcohol funny cars in competition this weekend. So the winner of this pair will face the winner of the Mikey D. Christine Foster matchup, which is sitting right there behind the water box. So Bob McCosh been doing this a long, long time. Kyle Smith, right side, is the reigning Jags All-Star and the NHRA Central Region champion. As each one of these alcohol machines competes in a different region throughout the country. There we go. Oh, Kyle went right into a full stage. Bob McCosh out front. Bob McCosh moving around a little bit. Top of the racetrack. It's going to be Bob McCosh, 548 to a 552. McCosh was 300s better out of the gate, but when that car started to move around a little bit, Kyle Smith was coming. So Bob McCosh will go into the final round with low ET of the weekend. Man, oh man, that was an exhilarating one. 700ths of a second. The margin of victory there for Bob McCosh as Kyle Smith definitely gave it a valiant effort. But who will Bob McCosh face in the top alcohol funny car final? Will it be Mikey D out of San Jose, California, or Christine Foster from Davenport, Iowa? Alrighty. All right, here we go. Final pair of top alcohol funny car. So Stan Cypress back here. We're going to make making licensing runs. Not able to participate to run elimination this weekend, but again, the winner here will face Bob McCosh in the final later on this afternoon. And to get lane choice, you had to go 5:48 with a 1 or quicker. Super Gas, first time trial of the lanes, please. Super Gas, first time trial race 2 to the stage lanes, please. But here we go. Winner against Bob McCosh in the final later on the day. And he got very close to center. He crossed it. He hit the foam block. So Christine Foster, I believe it will be your winner. We're going to wait to get a ruling from race control, and it is official. Christine Foster is your winner. Again, Warren, correct me if I'm wrong, but by rule, if you cross the center line or hit a foam block during the measured distance of the run, you are disqualified and your opponent wins.
Yeah, that's correct. They both turned it green, so they were both eligible for the win. Yeah, once he got to about the 330 mark, it started fishtailing on him, and at the 660, you can see he punted one of the orange cones down there, and that's all she wrote. That's all it was. It was wild to watch it from up here. I can only imagine what it was like to do it in the driver's seat.
Oh, for sure. And imagine the view that Christine Foster had of that as well. But again, Christine Foster has officially been declared the winner of that run from our division director, Matty Ayish. So there you are. So Bob McCosh will face Christine Foster in the final of Top Alcohol Funny Car, and Bob McCosh will have lane choice. That was a wild one. And I'll tell you what, Mikey D did everything he could to try to save that race car, but then when it started fishtail way it did and just kicked one of the blocks, that was it.
Next time, you can come through here. It's a lot easier. I didn't know there was anybody in there. Yeah. Next time, yeah, just come through here. Come back around if you stuck the thing into the wall. But to get that far out of shape, you gotta have the gear. You've already crashed. If you're at that point, I can drive out of this because you already crashed.
Again, Super Gas, first time trial for race 2 to the lanes, please. Super Gas, first time trial race 2 to the lanes, please. Again, we'll get the phone block, everything cleaned up down there. But again, Mikey D definitely, to his credit, though he did cross it on, kept it out of Christine Foster's lane for the most part. But Christine will be your winner and will advance to the final where she'll give up lane choice to Bob McCosh. So the officials have this cleaned up. Great job by the Texas Motorplex officials and staff for the quick response. All righty, so again, Stan Sivos again trying to complete his time trial effort here. Again, was not eligible to run here this weekend, but a former multi-time Wally winner way back in the day. This won the Summer Nationals, part of the Castrol 5-Second Club, the World Finals winner there at Pomona. Mid-South Nationals there at the former Memphis Motorsports Park. And a member of the Canadian Drag Racing Hall of Fame. All right, so track's ready, tower's ready. Stan, let's go. Here's Stan here again. We got super stock qualifying coming up next. Then we have super gas is rolling into the staging lanes at this time. See what Stan can do here. And again, folks, when you are going through the license process, not only you have to make the runs, but you also licensed drivers at that license must also visually witness the runs. Get over towards the wall a little bit. Brings it back. 619, 208. All right, got Super Stock Session 1 of qualifying coming up next here.
The Lone Star Nationals, presented by Scogan Dickey Parts Center, shines on into day 3 here at the Texas Motorplex. You can see Victory Lane celebrations happening behind me. We had to wrap up race 1 this morning. Weather rolled in yesterday like a herd of longhorn cattle, stampeding over the Texas Motorplex and put a halt to the drive for victory for our competitors at this NHRA South Central Division 4 double divisional and regional event. We do want to make note, competition eliminator winner Mike DePalma, he got the win, got the Wally, but they've got to roll right into race 2 qualifying today along with the other sportsman competitors. In the top alcohol ranks, your number 1 qualifier, Bob McCosh, got the top time with a 5:52 posted going into eliminations today. And in the dragster ranks, Julie Nadis, your number 1 points leader for the nation in NHRA competition, she qualified number 2. The top honors, the number 1 qualifier, goes to Jackie Frick with an elapsed time of a 5:26 posted. You will see their eliminations, all of them today on your NHRA stream. I'm Lee Kraft, aka the Monday Morning Racer, for the Texas Motorplex, the place where speed was born.
Alrighty, so here we go. Brett Candies, Jeff Franklin. This is your first pair of super stock qualifying. As Brett Candies, factory Superstock G car. Jeff Franklin on the right side is GTD automatic here in Superstock qualifying session number 1. Super Gas should be back there. Super Gas should be back there. Here we go. Red lights do not count here in qualifying. Top of the racetrack, 975, 137, 22.43 under the index for Franklin, and Brett Candies, 942.3, 142. He was 827 under his index. He'll go to the number 1 spot for now. As our next pair, Daryl Brown at Hominy, Oklahoma. Factory Superstock C combination. No information on the right-hand side just yet. We did have a couple new entries coming in this morning. Top end. 875, 156 to a 926, 127. Here we go. Next pair heading on down. Paul Candies on the left side, JB Clegg on the right with 2 good solid runs. 9:41.43 for Candies. JB Clegg goes 9:72 at 1:38. Here we go, Norman Marsden and car 43-44, red light start for Norman. Top of the racetrack. 10:49.9, 125. All righty, next up, Jason Stahl and Jim Hale. Stahl out of Frederick, Oklahoma. That's Superstock J Automatic. And Jim Hale, Superstock D Automatic out of Van Buren, Arkansas. That 65 Corvette with a 426 Dodge motor. He says his occupation is he loves life. Here we go. Clean and green both sides. Top end. 10:16, 129 for Stahl. 985, 132 for Jim Hale. Wheels up, setting it down. Red light for Clive Stewart. Coy Merrill and Dale Holquist. $998, $132 for Holquist, and Coy Merrill, $1000, $131. That's Superstock G Automatic. As the next barrel will be Doug Fazolaire. And home of Louisiana going to be on the Phillips trailer sale side of the racetrack. It's Dan Holt out of Houston, Texas. Chef by trade in that GTK machine. 1075 his index. Again, Super Gas should be back there. Super Gas should be back there for your first time trial for race 2. Top of the racetrack. 871, 153 for Doug. Stan, 981, 133. He was 936 under the index, put him towards the top. David Sidelow and Tom Gordon. Red light start for Tom Gordon, the FGTG machine. Sidelow in that GTK automatic on the left side. 2002 Camaro, 975, 134 for Gordon. Sidelow, 10-11-0, 130.32. Next up, Pete Peary. Bowie, Texas, left-hand side. That's a FGTE machine, that 2005 Pontiac Sunfire. Judson Holden out of Houston. Factory Superstock B combination, that 2021 Dodge Challenger drag pack. Thank all the fans who've come out here and all the teams, family members for supporting all the racers here in Division 4. Of course, next race for Division 4 after a little bit of a summer break will be in Osage Casino Tulsa Raceway Park out there in Oklahoma in September. Top of the racetrack, 839, 166 for Judson. Pete Peary, 931, 45.44. So here we are, Craig Waltier, GTE automatic, and Lloyd Wolford, Superstock A Hemi, and that 68 Barracuda with a 426 under the hood of that car. Top end of the racetrack. 897, 121 to a 959, 139. Alrighty. Hayden Trumbull, Brenda Grubbs. Hayden Trumbull, that's a GTT automatic. Brenda Grubbs, Superstock B automatic. Runner-up at the Gator Nationals earlier this year, 919.5 for Brenda, 144, 966.6, 136 for Hayden Trumbull out of Pasadena, Texas. Here we go. Will Hale, Todd Irwin. Top end quarter mile, 1063, 123 for Todd Irwin. And Will Hale goes 1092, 105.073 under. We go. Michael Bryan right side, Factory Superstock D combination in that 2015 Camaro. Jim Thune out of Jefferson, South Dakota, Superstock J Automatic goes 10:39, 125. Michael Bryan, 9:04, 136. So Harvey Emmons left side, Victor Penrod on the right. Victor got a Superstock C Automatic out of Walters, Oklahoma. That's 69 Camaro. And Harvey Emmons out of Friendswood, Texas in his GTE Automatic. His 2005 Chevrolet. 10:07, 124 to a 9:47, 139 for Victor Penrod. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster to the lanes, please, for qualifying. Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster to the stage lanes for qualifying session number 1. Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster, first qualifying session for race 2. Stage lanes is Jeffrey Miller in the Superstock G Automatic out of Texas, and Terry Evans out of League City. Top end, 939, 119, or 994, 114. Here we go. RJ Sled, James Carroll. Top end of the racetrack. 10:08, 103 to 10:39, 128. All righty. So next pair up, Monty Bogan and Jeff Culver. Jeff Culver out of Arkadelphia, Arkansas. And Monty Bogan, Bowling Springs, South Carolina. Clean and green. Top end. 906, 149 or 9060, 147. Keaton Mahi, Superstock AS machine out of Frisco, Texas, and Brittany Blackman right side out of San Antonio, GTH automatic, 08 Cobalt. Pick up this front wheel, setting them down. Red light start for Brittany. $926 to a $967. Here we go, David Tino right side, Corey Mahi on the left. we go. Oh, Ian Latino. Nice react time there for David Latino. GTH automatic out of Donaldsonville, Louisiana. 988 106. 982 135. And Shane Blackman left side out of Leander, Texas, and Walt Walker from Friendswood. On the right side, GTM automatic for Walt, GTI automatic for Shane. $10.17 to a $10.72. Jeff Heffler, Jimmy Hidalgo. Here we go. Top of the racetrack, 946 or 982. Hunter Perdola and Brandon Bakies. $954, $138 to $971, $136. Final pair of super stock, Kyle Rizzoli, Thomas Marlowe. And then we'll get ready to go here. Double 9 react time for Kyle Rizzoli. Problems there for Thomas Marlowe. 924 for Kyle Rizzoli as Thomas Marlowe. He'll get there. Give him a second. He'll get there. 23-23. All right, attend out there in the pit area, ladies and gentlemen. If you are watching the NHRA live timing, it's still working. You just have to switch to race number 2. If you were watching the live timing earlier and you're all of a sudden thinking it's not working, it is. I promise. Announcers never lie. All right, that's a lie, but it's still working. You have to switch from race 1 to race 2. All right, let's go Super Gas. Jerry Pollard, Jeff Ivey. There we go. Jerry Pollard, Jeff Ivey, first pair of Super Gas. There we go. Pollard and Ivy. Red light start for Jeff Pollard. Top end. Set 995, 146 for Ivy. Pollard, 992, 145. Bill Dennis, Keith Purvis. Here we go. Top of the race rate, 987, 166, 989, 158. John Wright, John Liebem. And John went over to his right a little bit on that launch. Top end of the racetrack, 985.8 for John, 993.9 for John Wright. Ronnie Dupree, Jimmy Pollard. $983 to $993. As our next pair pulls up, it'll be Chuck Clark Munn and Billy Atkinson. That one react time for Clark. $986.7 or $987.8. As our next pair comes up, it'll be Dell Hall out of Hewitt, Texas. Scooter Wilkins on the right side at Gatesville, Texas. Top end quarter mile, 994.0 for Scooter Wilkins at 145 miles an hour to 96.9 at 145.81. Christopher Best, Jaron Miller, 97.6, 157 for Christopher Best. Jaron Miller, 99.3 at 160 miles an hour. Moving right along here in Super Gas, we got Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster coming up next for their first qualifying session, race 2. I'll put Roof Tech Comp Eliminator on standby. Problems there for Eckert. That car just went silent. And car still moving down there. Maybe might be pick up a little bit of speed. At 68 miles an hour at the finish line. And it looks like he'll be okay. Next pair up, it'll be James Costello and Randy Kersey. So there's James Costello, Randy Kersey. Here we go. $991, $155 to a $993, $152. Jerry DeBusk and Don Gutierrez. 92 Ford Probe there for Jerry. Don Gutierrez, 68 Chevrolet Camaro Roadster. Here we go. Red light start there on the right-hand side, but the red lights don't matter in qualifying. It's John Salter out of Hockley, Texas. Jason McClure on the right side. Here we go, clean and green. Top at 989, 167 to 991 at 175. Here next up, Todd Pullen and Morgan Hoda. Go. Pulling in Hoda, top of the racetrack. 991.5, 172 to 988.8, 150 miles an hour. Tim Parker at Longmont, Colorado. Matt Diamond out of Amarillo, Texas. Top end of the racetrack. 999 with a 1, 126 with 979, 174. Justin Allen, Craig Anderson. Red light start for Justin Allen. Top of the racetrack. 991, 159 or 981, 175. Red light start for Joe Harper. Travis Salter on the right side, top end. 979.9 for Travis. He's going to back it down a little bit. And 986.2, 170 for Joe Harper out of Florence, Mississippi. And anyone watching NHRA.TV, we welcome you to Texas Motorplex, home of the NHRA Texas Fall Nationals, the Stampede of Speed in October. We're here for the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series and the Lone Star Nationals, presented by Ensconga Dickey Parts Center. Top end, 994, 151 for Cottle. Lanny Dosher goes 962. Real got to back it down quite a bit. And it's Mark Williamson and Jordan DeWald. Continuing on here with Super Gas. Gustavo Miranda and Austin Hickey top of the racetrack. Austin 992, 154 to 1084, 136. For Mark Skipper, left side. Mark Potts on the right side. There's 991.6. Red light start for Peter Guillen, left side. Tim Miller on the left. And 990 with a 4, 155 to 985 at 172. Rodney Frazier left side out of Sand Springs, Oklahoma, is Roadster, and David Owens on the right side of Waco, Texas. Clean and grain. Kyle Rickman and Heidi Robeson ready to go as again, thank all you folks watching NHRA.tv. You have a subscription. You can also link on over to the Route 66 Nationals, where apparently the Blues Brothers are back in Chicago. Top into the racetrack, 992, 173 for Robeson to a 96.6, 174 for Rickman. As there you go, top end 997 to a 992. So Vernon Rowland, your Supercon winner from this morning. Jim Burrell on the right side. And how about Vernon going trip zip? Top end 987.0162 to a 992 154. Again, Tom Dragster, Tom Thor Transport, Tom Dragster should be back there. Here we go, Shannon Brinkley, Terry Pollard. Top of the racetrack, 994 to a 982. As next up, it'll be Brandon Milliken left side and Florentino Rodriguez. Perfect light for Brandon McMillan, or Milliken. And Florentino, 812 163 in super gas. I gotta think the throttle stop wasn't working right. Milliken goes 989 1 with a trip zip reaction time. Austin Williams and Chris Edison. Williams and Edison top of the racetrack. 989.0160 for Chris. Austin goes 978.2, 172.50. So a few more pair to go here in Super Gas. And then we got Tom Thorpe Transport, top Dragster. Roof Tech Comp Eliminator for your first section of qualifying for race 2 to the lanes, please. Roof Tech Competition Eliminator to the staging lanes for your first section of qualifying for race number 2. Roof Tech Comp Eliminator needs you now for your first section of qualifying race number 2. Top end. So there's Harrelson and Gary Mitchell. There goes Roger Warren. And a couple more minutes to go here in Super Gas. A couple more cars go in Super Gas. 994, 165. That's Joey Cram, Dennis Clark. And I believe this will be the final pair of Super Gas. For session one, we got Tom Thorpe Transport, Top Dragster qualifying coming up. Joey Cram, 980 with a 1 to a 996.0 for Dennis Clark. Yes, that'll be it for Super Gas. Tom Thorpe, Top Dragster. First qualifying session coming up. All right, so I'm going to turn the mic over to Warren. He's going to take you through a little Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster.
Thank you, Fabian. Tom Thorpe, Top Dragster coming up. Qualifying session number 1. Attention in the pit area. We need roof tech. Competition eliminator to the lanes, please. Competition eliminator. We need you to the lanes. Comp eliminator. Come on down. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Really quick, fast center steer cars coming at you right now. It can be an altered. It can be a dragster. Cannot be a funny car. It can have any number of power adders to help you make horsepower. A couple of examples right here. Left side of the track, pushing air in the old-fashioned way. The supercharger sitting on top of the big block Chevy there for Danny South out of Vero Beach, Florida. Wayne Landry alongside, top 10 player in the world last year for the No Fear car out of St. Bernard, Louisiana. Pro-charged combination over on the right. 610 is as low as you can go here in the category. Looks like Wayne Landry, the quicker of the two, and he sets the mark early. 6'11", 6'11" with a 2 at 226. red light doesn't matter. 6:11 at 2:26 is the number that counts. 6:88 at 2:02 for Danny South. So the window to be the low qualifier is now 12 thousandths of a second, as a 6:11 with a 2 from Wayne Landry sits on top of the sheet. Bill Swan comes up now. Left side out of Terrell, Texas. Another supercharged dragster over there on the left. Right side, the Ford combination sits behind the driver, Matt Exner. Exner out of Pasadena, Texas. His Spitzer car. Hugging the center line over here on the left is Bill Swan. 6:52 at 2:13 up on the scoreboard. 6:53 at 2:23 for Matt Exner. That slides the two of them in at number 2 and number 3. Backing up now, it's Mike Owen. Owen's dragster on the left. Alongside the quick car for Mark Jones. Kelly out there behind the car, Mark and Kelly. From Marrero, Louisiana. One of the nicest couples you'll ever meet. Matt got within a couple of rounds of a world championship a couple of years back. Wound up as the national runner-up that year. 2 years ago, sold that car. Danny Nelson machine now. Mark on a good-looking pass right there. 6:29 at 2:22 for Mark Jones. Right side, Mike Owens machine goes 7:04 at 191. This is a 32-car qualified field. We had more than 32 cars during race number 1. I expect we have a large car count once again in race number 2. Here's Steve McDermott. Steve Sr. driving. Steve Jr., the mad scientist behind the car. As you'll find, Steve Jr.'s goal is to plant that thing 610 with a 0. They had a string of 5 in a row, number 1 qualifiers last season. McDermott alongside Mark Ellis. Ellis out of Graham, Texas. Another of the Pro Charge contingent. Again, red lights don't matter. It's the number on the scoreboard. Steve McDermott, 6:22 at 2:27. That's best for number 2 now. Mark Ellis, 6:50 with a 9 at 2:23. Here's Robert Kuhl backing up now, left lane. Crew man out there cleaning up a few drips over in the left lane. Right side of the track, that's Jim Thorpe. Thorpe out of Mertzen, Texas. This car could be best appearing anywhere it shows up, and he's got a he's got a top Sportsman Camaro to match. Absolutely gorgeous paint job, and that is paint, not a wrap, on both of his race cars. Always top of the line equipment there for Jim Thorpe. Thorpe's going to stretch it out and get there first. Thorpe, 6:13. 2:26 for the speed. for Jim Thorpe. Robert Newell, 690 at 192. Here is William Cruz, a.k.a. D. D. Cruz over here on the left, driving the Cruz Missile. The guy lighting the wick, that's Will Hanna. Hanna knows how to make race cars go fast, and this one certainly goes fast as it easily tops 240 miles an hour left side. If everything goes like it should, he will be top speed of the category by a bunch. Crystal Peterson alongside out of Dickinson, Texas. Peterson with all the plumbing hanging off the left side, the side slinger centrifugal supercharger. Cruz will roll in, light the bottom bulb, and the tree will drop. They are pretty much side by side. Now Cruz stretches it out, 615, 243 miles an hour. As we said, big speed machine on the left, 615 and 243. Crystal Peterson, ET-wise, was pretty close, 622. But about 25 miles an hour slower, 219 miles an hour for Peterson. But they are certainly on the top half of the sheet right now. Michael Kyle comes up now. Spitzer car, rear Morrison power. ProCharger pushing the air into it. Alongside David Dale. David Dale, right side of the track, made the final round this morning in Top Dragster. Danny Nelson machine over there on the right. Getting awful close to that center line at the top end was Michael Kyle, but he crosses on his side, and he goes 616 at 223. David Dale, 628 at a faster 226 miles per hour. Chris Burrell will back up now. Ford-powered dragster over here on the left. Should be right around the 7-second mark, just a little quicker than that with the blue oval machine. Right side, Mike Weaver. Weaver supercharged big block Chevy dragster. Will take on the Toyota lane on the right. Again, this is qualifying. Our quickest 32 will go on to round one eliminations. Nice looking run for both cars. 695 for Burrell. 192 for the speed. Mike Weaver, 646 at 214. And Weaver pretty much in bracket mode, as he was 646 during qualifying yesterday, 645 today. Darian Bosch coming up next. The MKD racing operation. Darian, another ProCharged mount alongside the ProCharged equipped Dragster for David Johns. Johns for Floresville, Texas. Again, competition eliminator. We need you to the lanes. Competition eliminator. We need you to the lanes, please. If you're not there, we need you now. Competition eliminator. That means Top Sportsman is on standby. Your call is coming up momentarily. Darian up on the tire to a 626 at 198. Not exactly the run that Darian is capable of. In the meantime, David Johns 615 at 226. And he will be very high up on the qualifying sheet. 009 on the tree, just for good measure. Here's Mario Bosch. Just watch Dad Darian go down the track, or go his son Darian. This is Dad. Mike Green alongside. We've seen a lot of Mike in Super Comp. Here he is in Top Dragster. Both on a nice lap there. How about a 623 for Darian, or excuse me, 623 for Mario Bosch, 220 for the speed. Mike Green, 632, at a speed of 212 miles per hour. Chloe Janisic, Wiley, Texas. The Miller car. Big block Chevy equipped machine. That's the car on the left. Right side, it's J.R. Baxter. J.R. at the controls of that ultra quick Pro Charge machine. His only problem is trying to keep it slower than 610. Makes all the horsey that it needs and then some. 612 at 213 for JR. So for JR, the good news is he puts down a safe number, safe for him, at 612 at 213. The bad news, he will not be the number one qualifier, but he's going to get another chance to remedy that later on today. Chance Bullock and Rusty Baxter coming up now. If I've got my family tree correct, JR is the son and Rusty the dad. Rusty right side, number 4 in the world last year for Rusty Baxter. Out of Beckville, Texas. Very similar combination to son, except his Pro Charger's on the side instead of behind the driver's lumbar. Nitrous car over here on the left for Chance Bullock. As we keep working our way through qualifying here. $613 for Baxter, 613 at 225. Chance Bullock, 642 at 211. Nick Smith will be backing up now alongside Brian Sandlin. Smith out of Hazlet, Texas. That's the car in the left lane, the Phil's Trailer Sales lane. Right side, Brian Sandlin will stage up the Toyota lane as we need top sportsman, Shanada Machine top sportsman to the lanes, please. Shanada Machine top sportsman. We need you to the lanes, please. Shanada Machine top sportsman to the lanes. .673 left side for Nick Smith, 197 for the speed. Brian Sandlin, 699 at 190. So far, every car that's gone down the track has gone down in the sixes. Everybody's been in the safe window. Let's see what we got coming up next. Here's Dane Ward and David Bills. Ward out of Mena, Arkansas. Another Nelson-built machine. David Bills from Marion, Texas. Ward will get to the stripe first, 613. 226 for Dane Ward. We're kind of jamming up the top of the sheet now, 698 for David Bill at 191. Shanada Machine top sportsman to the lanes, please. Shanada Machine top sportsman to the lanes. Here is Ross Larice and Danny Nelson. So, two prominent businesses here in drag racing. Larice Motorsports Insurance on the left. As Fabian's been telling you about the best package and perfect package bonuses, Larice Motorsports Insurance can insure your entire operation. From toter to motorhome to trailer to race car, both on and off the track. Take a minute and talk to Ross or Holden, and they'll give you an on-site quote today. Danny Nelson, builder of the Danny Nelson Racecraft chassis machine. This is his brand new house car. And he's still in the sorting out process, and I'd say he's got a handle on it as Nelson goes 614 at 207. Clearly off the throttle at the finish line, 614 at 207. Ross Larice, 615 at 226 miles per hour in his Danny Nelson machine. Here is another Danny Nelson machine. Left side, Holden Larice. Dad Ross just went down. Here is Holden. Trinae Cresoni looking things over, as is Scott Spees. Want to make sure their young driver is ready to go. This last minute little data collection going on over here on the left side. Pro Charger, left and right. Holden 611 with a 6 at 229. Good? Yes. Good enough? Almost. He'll be number 2 now on the qualifying sheet, 611 at 229. Rick Carroll, 633 at 216 miles an hour. So a stellar qualifying session there for top dragster. Got to look down here below me under the tower. That don't look like a dragster. I think Competition Eliminator is coming up next, and I think Fabian Brown is going to jump in here and tell you all about comp.
Thank you, Warren. I tell you, that was definitely a very interesting qualifying session for Tom Thorpe Transport. Top dragster got Roof Tech Competition Eliminator coming up for their first qualifying session here in race number 2. So here you are. Comp Eliminator. Then we got Top Sportsman to follow, and then we'll have, don't forget, we still have the alcohol cars coming up later on this afternoon. Again, we have the alcohol funny car final plus the semis of Top Alcohol Dragster later on this afternoon, and then the Top Alcohol Dragster final as well. And we'll, after we run Comp Eliminator and Top Sports, we'll do it all again. Everybody will get one more run of the race track to get ready for race 2 tomorrow. All righty, here we go. Competition Eliminator as Michael Foster at Brookings, South Dakota. Brad Brewer. Remember, they have the Roof Tech Comp Eliminator bonus fund here in Division 4. And I tell you what, there's definitely some high, great action and such throughout the season here in Division 4. Here we go. Michael Foster, Brad Brewer. That's a B Alter on the right-hand side and a C Dragster Automatic for Michael Foster. Now, the number you see that on the scoreboard, that is their index for the category based on, horsepower, cubic inches, and, weight of the car and that sort of thing. That's the number about what a decently put together car should run. And, of course, the further under your index you go, the higher up in the qualifying order you are. However, go too far into the index, you could be hit with, what we call the competition index control penalty, which CIC, meaning your index could get lowered. And Michael Foster rolled the beams and will not get a time. Top end of the racetrack, 7:23:197. Here we go. Justin Holt, Ray Goodman. Holt in the Factory Stock Super Modified 2021 Challenger Drag Pack. Ray Goodman, the AE Econo Alter 4-mil carburetor. And see Justin Holt really moving around in that left-hand lane. He clicks it off. 750, 176 for Goodman. And that's it. He shut, and Justin Holt, shut it off, brought his right foot up and said, okay, guys. That. All righty, so here we go. Brooke Heckle, Sean Vincent. And Brooke Heckle didn't move. Now the clock has not started on Brooke Heckle yet. Sean Vincent goes 968, 102. Now again, the clock does not start until the car breaks the beams. And a 26-second reaction time for Brooke Heckle. 853, 158. Now again, just to reiterate, the both lanes are independently timed by the timing and scoring computer. So the clock in that lane does not start until the car leaves the starting line, and when the reaction time clock stops, that's when the ET clock picks up. So you can sit there for literally 20-some seconds like Brooke Heckle did, and your clock won't start. I wouldn't do that in eliminations, but as Monty Bogan, 8 Super Modified Automatic, 947 is his index. He will leave first. Not by 0.94 seconds. Candido Mesa, 8 Super Modified Automatic out of La Mesa, New Mexico. On the right side. Here in Roof Tech Comp Eliminator. Here we go. Top end, Monty Bogan, 943, 143 to an 837, 165. Monty was 036 under his index. Candido was 0.152 under his index. As our next pair completing their burnouts, that's Sean Dodd, Double O, Texas, and Rick Brown, who came in as the Roof Tech Bonus Fund points leader. This week really had a tough weekend, he would say, as he will be the B Truck Automatic. And I'm being told by Warren that Rick has actually been dropped down to second, is 1 point behind Craig Bourgeois, which that means that points it's really gonna be moving around between the day and tomorrow as Rick Brown can get the head start by 0.15 of a second. Sean Dodd in that C Econo Alter. His index is 867. Again, comp eliminator, there is no such thing as a breakout. It's practically heads up, first to the finish line. Allows different cars of different types to race each other. One of my most diverse categories you'll ever find in NHRA Championship drag racing. And Rick Brown, the struggles continue. That truck moved to the right. Sean Dodd goes on by 808, 165 for Sean. Again, the struggles continue for Rick Brown. And the next pair will be Roger Brogdon. Left-hand side, the Roof Tech machine. And I'll tell you what, he is definitely one of the huge, big-time supporters of Competition Eliminator in the Division 4 area. Again, the multi-time Pro Stock race winner. Cody Lane on the right side out of Seattle, coming out of Division 6. The E Super Modified Automatic will get the head start by 1.39 seconds over Roger Brogdon. Cody Lane, the inaugural Bonus Fund Championship winner. Also was the Division 6 comp champion last year, Division 4 comp champion 2021. Has 21 career Wallies on the mantle at home, 13 on the Lucas Oil division side, and 8 on the Camping World side of things. Here we go. Roger Brogdon, Cody Lane. Here comes Roger Brogdon. Top end, quarter mile. It's going to be Roger Brogdon, 692, 198 miles per hour to an 849, 158. Roger, 642. Under his index. Cody Lane, 460 under the index. Chase Williams, left side. The B counter dragster, 747, his index. And the race 1 winner from earlier this morning, Mike DePalma. Right hand side. Out of Fort Worth, Texas, 900, that G Alter. Here we go. Here comes Chase, that B counter dragster. Top end, quarter mile. Give me Mike DePalma, 834, 9, 161. Chase, 689, 9, 189. 570 under his index. Mike DePalma, 650. As Taylor Chemiskey out of Dallas. That Pro Stock truck, 804 his index. He's going to get a 1600th of a second head start over Jim Kimbrough. And that CE Kyle Dragster. He's got a single 4-barrel carburetor on board that car, 788. The magic number. Here we go. So here we go. Trubisky and Kimbrough. Top end, 749.0, 180 for Trubisky. Kimbrough, 734, 179.98. Adam Hickey and Greg Camplain. Here we go. Adam Hickey, Greg Camplain, the B Dragster Automatic taking on the C Dragster Automatic. Adam Hickey, the bonus fund winner last year. Number 4 in the world in comp eliminator, taking on the number 3 man in the world in comp eliminator a year ago. Side by side, top of the racetrack. Camplain, 697, 187, 598 under his index. Adam Hickey out of Louisiana, 689, 5, 181. He was 494 under his index. Next up, Craig Bourgeois, the new bonus fund points leader, and Don Thomas. Go. And we're clean and green. Top end, 684, 188 for Craig Bourgeois, the A Nostalgia Dragster, and Don Thomas, 702, 772 in that C Dragster Automatic. Here we go, Greg Schneck and Jason Ochoa. And Ochoa went to the left while the wheels were in the air. Top end of the racetrack, 774, 170 for Greg. Jason Ochoa, 890 with a 1, 152 miles an hour. Kayla Mazzara, Steve Basgall. Kayla K, Alter Automatic. Steve Basgall, C, Counter Dragster. Here we go. Basgall right side, Kayla Mozeras on the left. Top end. 754, 172 for Kayla. Steve Basgall, 730, 179. So Darren West looks like will be the last of our complimentary cars out of Dumas, Texas. The F Ultra Automatic. Alrighty, so again, real quick, this is just for Super Comp and Super Comp only. Super Comp and Super Comp only. You will be running round 1 of race 2 today. You're still going to get your second time trial, but Super Comp and Super Comp only. Round 1 of race 2 for Super Comp will take place today. All other classes, your round 1 will be tomorrow. But Super Comp, keep that in mind. After you make your second time trial, you're not done for the day yet. So we will be running round 1 of Super Comp race 2 today. All the classes will be running your round 1 tomorrow morning. And just check the racetrack for debris real quick before we get back to it.
Hey, Fabian, just want to jump in here real quick and say congratulations to one of our own down here in Division 4. She couldn't spring the news on us here in the tower, but Jolie Stanfield and husband Aaron, during the Pro Stock qualifying session today, let the whole world know that they've got another baby on the way, and it's going to be a boy. So Jolie and Aaron Stanfield, congratulations. And Jolie, still, if you want to come up here and announce a little bit, still looking for you, but congratulations on baby number 2. It's a boy.
Oh, wow. So definitely congratulations to the Stanfield family as, there you go, baby boy on the way. And I'm sure the kid's going to have a race car in the garage probably here in a couple months. And Darren West, again, on the last car. He'll be the last car here for Roof Tech Comp Eliminator. But again, Super Comp, your round 1 of eliminations will be today. Everybody else, your round one of eliminations will be tomorrow morning. Oh, boy. Darren West really moving around in that right-hand lane. That car hooked right, hooked back to the left. Still moving to the left a little bit. 849, 166. And now we're getting ready to go into Shenanigans Machine Todd Sportsman. All right, 10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. 10 to the pits. Super Street for your final time trial to the staging lanes, please. Super Street for your final time trial to the staging lanes, please. Super Street, your final time trial to the staging lanes, please. Actually, we're still in comp eliminator here. So, another pair is John Clegg and Joe Mazeris. We have a lot of comp eliminator cars here this weekend, as they always seem to have out down here in Division 4. But again, Super Street, your final time trial. Need you in the lanes, need you now. Here comes John Clegg. Joe Mazeris out front. And Joe's going to get 7-11, 175 to a 7-12 at 204 for John Clegg. While I've seen a car go in the 7s at over 200 miles an hour. Yeah, but there you are. Again, Super Street, your final time trial. To the lanes, please. Ed Federkyle, Scott Cascio. Red light start, Scott Cascio. 720, 191 for Ed Federkyle. Scott Cascio, 797, 147 as still moving along here in Roof Tech Competition Eliminator. So Jared Grenier, right hand side, D Super Modified, 902 his index, 791 the index for the supercharged Pontiac GXP on the left side, 791 the index there for Clark Smiley. Here we go. Top end, 730, 173 to 844, 160. All right, it's Kevin Duett in the A Nostalgia Dragster and Dennis Smiley at Denver City Tex on the right side. That's A Counter Dragster. So again, Super Street. Final time run set into the lanes, please. So again, after Super Street, we'll have our Top Alcohol Dragster semis and our Top Alcohol Funny Car final. Also, again, reminder for Super Comp that we will be running your round one today. Super Comp, your round one for race 2 will take place today. There they go. $685, $189 for Kevin Duett. Dennis Smiley, $662 with a 9, 202.08 miles per hour. Here we go. Top end. 865, 157 for Ashton Hudson. Keith Hall, 859, 156. Continue on here with Comp Eliminator. And this will be the last two of Comp Eliminator. It'll be Brad Plord in the supercharged altered, AA alter on methanol, and the J Drax automatic and Cali Nav. So left hand side has 264 cubic inch Chevrolet, and Brad Plord has a 379 cubic inch supercharged Hemi blown on alcohol. He's been in the 630s already this weekend, over 209 miles an hour. There we go. Callie Neff, Brad Plord. This will be your final pair of competition eliminator round section 1 of qualifying. We have Todd Sportsman sitting behind the water box, brought to you by Sinead Machine. Right there on the left side. It looks like we still have more cop cars here. We got the pair in the box. 636-214 for Brad Plord. Dwayne Robeson and Jeff Taylor. So here now, I believe we have the final pair of comp eliminator, Jeff Taylor and Dwayne Robinson. The C Alter right-hand side, 793 is index, getting a 0.36 second head start over Jeff Taylor in his B Alter automatic. There they go. $734, $184 for Dwayne. $705, $173 for Jeff Taylor. All right, now let's go. Todd Sports brought to you by Sinead Machine. Lance Abbott, the world champion. And David Wicks out of Westlake, Louisiana. Again, this is qualifying for Sinead Machine Todd Sportsman. Alrighty, so here we go. Lance Abbott, David Wicks. There we go. There goes Lance Abbott, top of the racetrack, the world champion, 696, 195 to a 766, 176 for David Wicks. So Lance will go number one for the time being. And David Wicks goes number two. Is our next pair, Mark Griffin out of Round Mountain, Texas, and Jimmy Lewis from Forney, Texas. Here we go. So here we go. Jimmy Lewis right side, the compressed air supercharged machine of Mark Griffin on the left side. Yes, he uses compressed air inside that car to power that supercharger. Here they go, straight down the middle, top end, 627, 225 to a 699 at 200 miles an hour for Mark Griffin. As Kelly Land and Ben Bloomberg. Kelly Lane, left-hand side, 63 split window Corvette, and Ben Bloomberg out of Cypress, Texas, 97 Pontiac Fiber. Now get in. Shenanigans Machine, Todd Sportsman, just like in Todd Dragster, they do have a floor for the category. You see it down there on the scoreboards, 6.100 seconds. If the car goes under 610 but stays above 6 flat, then that run is disallowed. However, at any point this weekend, if a Todd Dragster or Todd Sportsman car goes 599 with an 9 or quicker, not only is that run thrown out, but as a disqualification from the event. .686, 200 miles per hour there for Kelly Land. 664, 210 for Bloomberg. Henry Kendall and Vince Hoda. Henry Kendall out of Angelton, Texas. The 1998 Pro Stock Truck, Dodge Dakota. And Vince Hoda out of D'Iberville, Missouri, finished number 2 to the Mississippi. My apologies. And he finished number 2 in the world last year to Lance Abbott, who was one half of the first pair to go down the racetrack in this qualifying session. But again, reminder to Super Comp, your round 1 will take place today. Round 1 of Super Comp and round 1 of Super Comp only. Your round 1 will take place today. Top end 646, 217 for Vince. 6709, 198 for Henry Kendall. Paul Robinson and Neil Schaefer. Neil Schaefer in that 2004 Pontiac Grand Am, 746 cubic inch Chevrolet. And Paul Robinson left side at Dickinson, Texas. And that 1968 Camaro SS, 526 cubic inches under the hood of that car. And this car is a 4-speed with a Lenco. And he's been a career best 651, 220 miles per hour. Flame out there for Neil Schaefer. And Paul Robinson goes 662, 209 miles per hour. Possible Niners backfire of the Neil Schaefer car. Cole Bergeron, Jim Thorpe. So here you go, Jim Thorpe. That's a beautiful paint job on that car. It's gotten multiple Best Appearing awards. And Cole Bergeron left side. 598 cubic inches behind the wheel, behind that front end of that 2005 Pontiac GTO. Taking on the 2020 Camaro of Jim Thorpe. And Jim Thorpe didn't, he got a reaction time. Brian Heath and James Ogden. So Brian Heath, James Ogden. Here they go. Top of the racetrack. 661, 216 for James Ogden. Brian Heath, 708, 194. So Mace Higgins on the left-hand side. Mike Moorhead on the right. There goes Mike. Move around a little bit in that right-hand lane. Top end of the racetrack. 662, 209 to a 667, 207. Two good, solid laps for both drivers. Here in Shenandoah Machine Top Sports, we have Super Street should be back there. Super Street should be back there for your final time trial session. Again, reminder to Super Comp, we will run your round one of eliminations today. So Chris Arnold left side and Bob Galletti on the right side. So here we go. Chris Arnold, Bob Galletti. Chris Arnold left side out of Texas, and Bob Galletti right side of Tomball, Texas. A two-time division champs, got two national event wins, multi-time Jex All-Star. Red light for Bob. Bob a little bit to the right out of the groove, and there you go, 662, 165, 678 at 204. And let's start. Oh boy, and we're gonna be on hold here. So one of the cars spun out down there at the far end of the racetrack. So the safety crew is rolling down there. So again, folks, stay where you're at. And not quite sure which car it was. So it looks like it may have been Bob Galletti down there. But again, folks, stay where you're at. But again, folks, Bob Galady down there. We're waiting to hear back from the safety safari. And we'll keep you posted. So once again, the safety safari down there at the far end of the racetrack, along with the Texas Motorplex safety, their officials down there as well. So I've been told Bob Glaze out of the car, did not hit anything. All right, so Bob Galady out of the car there. That's the most important thing. So did not contact the wall down there, so that's a good thing. But I tell you what, our starter Rusty there, Warren, about 1,000 foot. So a little smoke coming out of the car. I'm not sure if that's when the engine may have let go, but Rusty already keying up the radio, and then it got a little further down track, and then we saw side of the car that we should never see from this vantage point in the tower, but he's out of the car. He's going to be all right, but definitely safety equipment did its job down there.
Yeah, it absolutely did. Of course, Bob has handled a very, very fast race car for many years, so he won't panic down there at the top end. About 1,100 feet, there was a very distinct puff down there. I thought at first maybe it was another kid of nitrous kicking in down there at the top end, because he can run that car very hard close to that 610 floor of the category. But it became apparent once he got past the finish line that something had let go in the drivetrain. For you folks that were watching on NHRA TV, I had switched the camera, but we were watching here and the car started moving around. And as Fabian said, we saw both sides of the car from up here in our vantage point looking straight up the track. There was some fire, which was out very quickly. Driver was out very quickly. Again, no contact with the wall and no injuries to the driver, and that's always the best news. And right now we are in the mode of getting the race car cleared from the racetrack so we can get back to time trials and eliminations, which will be coming up in just a little bit. For Bob Galady, a tough way to end that pass. I hesitate to say whether his weekend is done or not. It could be something very simple, which requires minor repairs, and he can get back. He didn't do any damage to the bodywork, the chassis, anything like that, so we'll just wait to hear from Bob. And that was a little bit of a wild ride for us to watch, but if we're sitting right in the middle of it, it was a heck of a lot wilder for Mr. Galady. And we're hearing chatter on the safety safari radios that the quote was, the onboard fire system definitely did its job here. And that's always great news to hear. These cars are teched in and they are built to be above your expectations for safety. And in this case, Bob had to use that red button to fire the onboard systems, and we're happy to report that the outcome was good. So with that, we're going to get out of the way for a little bit, let our crew down there at the top end do their job. Don't forget, we do have alcohol coming up in just a little bit. Right now, they are scheduled to run following Super Street's second time run. We'll let you know if that schedule maintains or if we make an adjustment to it. But as of right now, that is the current plan, and we're waiting on an ETA down at the top end. before we continue.
All right, attention out there real quickly. There's a white Porsche, a gray Porsche Cayenne GTS Texas plate RXW 3339. If that's yours, please move your car. You are blocking a racer from being able to get to their trailer. So it's a gray Porsche Cayenne Texas plate RXW 3339. If that's yours, please move it immediately. You're blocking a racer's trailer. Okay, if you're driving that gray Porsche Cayenne Texas plate, you are blocking a racer's trailer and you're parked where you are not supposed to be parked. So we need you to please move your Porsche immediately or you risk it being towed.
Attention, racers, race fans. Alcohol semifinals, top alcohol dragster semifinals and top alcohol funny car final round. You are still scheduled to run after Super Street. Well, this cleanup that's going on right now, I want to let you know that that is projected to be right around 4:30. So about 45 minutes from now, alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car, you should be ready for your next round of competition. Again, we're looking at 4:30 as our target time for the alcohol categories. You will be running immediately following Super Street Eliminator. We have some cleanup out there on the track after Bob Galitti's incident in the top end. A couple of pairs. I think we have 2 pair of top sportsman cars under the tower. We've got Super Street lining up for their second and final time run of the day. And then it'll be time for the alcohol cars. So again, top alcohol dragster final 4 and top alcohol funny car final will be looking for you right around 4:30.
The Lone Star Nationals here at the Texas Motorplex rolls on for this double divisional and regional event for these sportsman competitors in NHRA competition. In particular, Competition Eliminator is truly a unique class within NHRA drag racing, and Roger Brogdon, a competitor in that class, is, well, raising the roof on the competition and what those individuals racing in the class can earn racing their race cars. The man that is moving Competition Eliminator forward in the NHRA, Roger Brogdon, had an interesting issue trying to move backwards on the first attempt for qualifying.
Yeah, I did. After I did my burnout, I put the car in reverse and it wouldn't go anywhere. I was just locked up, maybe even first gear and reverse at the same time, but I kept messing with the shifter, moving it back and forth, trying, and I finally got it to back up. Got back, checked the car, the jam nut on the shifter cable, it came loose. So when I'm trying to move the shifter, the cable's moving more than it's actually shifting the transmission. But could have been worse. Could have had to, not had a run. Could have been first round. So I look at it as a positive.
Roger, this class is known for it being unique in the sense of all these different combinations. Your hot rod, what is your combination? Most folks are going to look at it and go, oh, old Pro Stocker. Is that the case, or is there anything special?
Well, it's actually a Pro Stock car, honestly. It's a Jerry Haas car, which is the only kind I buy and the only kind I'd recommend for that matter. But it's 500-inch Pro Stock engine from Southwest Performance, McGahey family. But I got carburetors instead of fuel injection. I have a Mark Mickey 3-speed automatic, and I outweigh a Pro Stock car by 100 pounds.
Speaking of the car, the wrap, when you are far away, just looks like a lightning storm with a tornado going through it, but you get up close and there's cows riding pieces of barns and sheep's in the air and chickens flying, and you got the Pink Panther all over. Man, why you got it themed out the way you do? It's pretty cool.
Well, I did it like that. I'm always trying to do something a little bit different. So I wrapped it in a storm, and it's actually a storm going on, and it's got a bunch of cows and chickens and stuff just flying through the air. I think it's kind of cool. All the little kids love it, and I have stacks of those farm animals, so when the little kids come up, I put them in the car, let the mom and dad take a picture of them, and I take one of those little farm animals and stick it on them before they can walk away. But it's cool. I like it.
Lastly, Roger, competition eliminator, a lot of money involved, a lot of money that can be won. Why competition eliminator, and explain the program as well?
Well, it's my favorite class, as everybody knows, and I've raced them all just about. The money is really growing. We're really excited about that. We got over $350,000 we're going to pay out to people of the competition eliminator, Roof Tech Competition Eliminator bonus fund this year. We have after this Dallas double race, we're going to have our top 16 at the points set. And the top 16 get to run for an extra $50,000 at the U.S. Nationals this year. So, not counting I think it's $8,000 or $9,000 we pay out every race. We're going to pay $100,000 to the overall program winner this year. So, it's coming along good. We've got a lot of good things working for next year. We have a big thing going on at the PRI show this year. Got a big 30 by 60 booth. We're going to have our champions up there. A lot of our sponsors have talked to other people. I figure it's a great place to promote the program in general. There's so many vendors there. Try to get some big corporate backing behind us, and just watch the program keep growing.
I'm Lee Kraft for the Texas Motorplex here at the Lone Star Nationals. Continue to enjoy NHRA drag racing on your NHRA stream.
It's here, the all-new NHRA TV. A new app, a new website, a new season, the same great racing. All the stars and all the cars. NHRA TV, live, racing, action. $149.99 brings NHRA drag racing to you.
So once again, folks, the cleanup continues down there on the far end of the racetrack, and we will bat the race as quick as we can. But Warren, something to you and I just became aware of. How about top fuel star Justin Ashley forming a partnership with the Maynard family? So that's going to be Justin Ashley did very well in the last couple of years as a single car team, independent team owner, but now he's got the Maynard family that's backing Tony Schumacher. And also, I believe, Tim Wilkerson. So imagine how much better I think it's going to be for Justin Ashley.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great partnership for Justin. You know, Justin and Davis. I can't remember his first name, but his partnership with Mr. Davis and Mr. Epler, Jim Epler, of course, Mr. 300. They've been working on that for a long time. And they have really done a lot with a little, to be honest with you. And now to partner up with somebody like the Maynard family that's got a passion for it and apparently has the resources to support it. And I like the way that these structures are starting to develop when you've got, you know, Tony Schumacher was the first, and he's an independent team. Justin Ashley was a single-car independent team. Tim Wilkerson, single-car independent team. So they have affiliation with each other, but they're still going to maintain their autonomy because it's, you know, the Maynard Wilkerson racing team, it's the Maynard Ashley racing team, and then Schumacher has its own designation. I think it's JCM Motorsports. But they're teammates, but only to share brain power and such. I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to be great for Justin, get him that one step closer to that championship. I mean, he was in control of his own destiny right up until Las Vegas of last year, stumbled just a little bit, wound up fourth in the overall points championship chase. Just a bad time to have a bad day is all it really amounted to. Justin is a very impressive young man. I've had the opportunity to be around him a few times. Very genuine, very down-to-earth, very engaging personality. You just, when you talk to him, you like talking to him. He is very sincere, and I think it's going to be a great partnership for Ashley's team to team up with the Maynards and now have the resources they need to truly compete for a championship.
Oh, definitely for sure. And then, like I said, he just came in the top fuel in 2020. 2020 was just a crazy season for everybody. But then, like I said, he's been in contention, for wins since then. And like I said, come so close to a championship. And like I say, he's got that, partnership. He's got Tony Schumacher, a little bit, obviously, arguably one of the greatest top fuel drivers in the history of NHRA. And then, Tim Wilkerson, now he's really, been around for a long, long time. So we're definitely excited to see how that's going to play out the rest of this season and beyond. So we're still working on the cleanup down in the front of the racetrack. But again, the most important thing, the driver, Bob Galley, got out of the car, didn't hit the wall or anything. And they're trying to get all the oil and stuff cleaned up. But again, the onboard fire suppression system did everything it was supposed to do. And it's definitely, a testament to the safety requirements made for these cars by the NHRA Tech Department. With Tech Executive, Glenn Gray, and then of course the National Tech Director Lonnie Grimm, and all the, within the different, divisions. That just, they work to see how can we make these cars safer. And definitely, that's been the motto of the NHRA: safety number one priority since day one. So we'll get back to race as quickly as we can.
All right, word from the top end is good. They are pulling equipment off the top end right now. We're going to put down a lap of spray. Got a couple of pairs of top sportsman cars, I believe, that are left to make their qualifying attempt. Super Street will follow, so racers, if you're in the staging lanes, you can start making your way back to your race cars. Strapped in, buckled in, ready to go. As we're getting word, we are 5 minutes out, maybe less than that. Tractors and safety equipment moving to their safety position. There's off-track positions here. And as soon as they go home, the spray rig will be putting down some sticky stuff. We'll be ready to go. So again, less than 5 minutes now. So drivers, back to your cars. We are under 5 minutes before we're going to send you down track. Thanks for your patience. Appreciate it very much. Of course, we don't like these situations any more than you do, but this Division 4 crew is one of the best in the business, and they will get this racetrack back into tip-top shape. In fact, I'm sure they already have. And it should be as good or better than it was before we had our downtime here. So again, drivers, you can head back to your cars. You can see the spray rig heading down track right now. And as soon as he completes his laps, a little drag going on out there on the 60-foot. About 200 feet out, actually, on the rotator and the flat drag. You got to have plenty of confidence that traction will be primo out there as El Prepe is in charge. TJ Bailey, a track prep specialist. No question about it. El Prepe with a nationwide reputation for the quality of his racetrack when he gets it set up and ready to go. So for you racers back here, should have every confidence in the world that it's going to be as good or better than it was just a half an hour ago. So 2 pair of top sportsmen. It'll be Super Street after that. Alcohol cars. You will follow Super Street. And we're still thinking 4:30. You need to be in the staging lanes. I realize it's 4:17 right now. But Super Street should move fairly quickly, so it won't be long. Alcohol cars. Somebody with some premature ignition there. As soon as we're ready to go, we'll let you know.
right, so now we're ready for the continuation of Shenanigan Machine Todd Sportsman qualifying session number 1. Here for race number 2 with going to be David Bills on the right side. Thank you. Scooter Hampton on the left-hand side, David Bills on the right. It's continuation of Todd Sportsman, brought to you by Shenanigan Machine, and now Scooter backing up from the burnout, making his first appearance of the weekend. All righty, folks, so here we go. Scooter on the left, David on the right. Here we go, getting very close at center line. Don't cross it. Did not cross it. 731, 188 to a 701, 157. Got very close, but ruined race control, which happens to be literally right on the other side of the glass from myself and from Warren. They ruled that he did not cross the center line, and there you are. And also, we're there in radio communication with Division 4 starter Rusty. Final pair of Mark Buring and Darian Bosch. Final pair, I believe this will be the final pair of Top Sportsmen. All right, here we go. Final pair of Top Sportsmen. Brought to you by Shenanigan Machine, Mark Buring and Darian Bosch. There they go, top end of the racetrack. 620, 230 to a 683 at 200 miles per hour. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I have attention, please, I'm going to turn the mic over to Nick with some very important announcements. Nick?
Racers, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are going to complete round number 2 of qualifying and time trials beginning right here with Super Street. Also going to complete our alcohol eliminations today. Super Comp, you will run first round tomorrow. First round of all categories will be tomorrow, with the exception of alcohol, who has already started. So once again, there will be no elimination rounds for any class today other than alcohol. We've got behind schedule here with the hour-long delay on the track, and we don't want to keep you guys up late and out late and racing into the darkness. So once again, we will complete session number 2 of qualifying and alcohol finals, and that will be it for the day. We will begin tomorrow straight into eliminations following our Racers for Christ service. Also, junior dragsters, listen up, junior dragsters. You will not make a qualifying pass tonight. It will be a test and tune pass only. We will be pairing you in the lanes randomly tomorrow morning. You do not need to make your second time trial if you do not want to. Junior dragsters, you do not have to make your second time trial. We will pair you tomorrow using the card system in the staging lanes. So junior dragsters, if you are done for the day, you want to head out, you got places to go, people to see, I get it. You kids are important. Go get some rest. Go have some fun. Go do what you do if you don't want to make it. We will still have our junior dragster time trial session, but it will not be for qualifying. We will pair you using the card system for first round tomorrow morning. All right, guys, going to turn it back over to Fabian as we jump back in to Super Street final time trial session.
All righty, here we go. Thank you there, Nick, the Division 5 director for the NHRA, helping us out here this weekend, along with race director and Division 4 director, Mrs. Maddie Ayish. So 1085 to 1093 again. Just to repeat what Nick just said here. Super Comp, we will not be running round 1 of you today. So Super Comp, once you make your final time trial, you are done for the day. Junior dragsters, your second hit of the racetrack will not be qualifying. It'll be a time run. You do not have to participate in that time run today to race tomorrow. If you want to forego that time run, you can do that. You will be paired randomly tomorrow, of course separated by age group using the card system in the lanes. So again, unfortunately, due to the delay we had on the racetrack, and we've had to make some schedule audibles. So again, Super Comp, your round 1 will not happen today. Junior dragster, your second hit of the racetrack will not be for qualifying. It'll be a time run, and you will be randomly paired using the card system tomorrow morning in the lanes. Also, we're going to finish everybody's second round of qualifying tonight, and also the alcohol eliminations, and that'll be it. Don Snow and Jim Presley. So John Long, Rodney Grant, our next pair up here in Super Street final time trial. Again, just to repeat, for those of you folks watching on NHRA.tv or those of you listening in the pit area, we've made a couple schedule changes. The biggest one, two, Super Comp Round 1 will not happen tonight. Super Comp Round 1 will not take place tonight. It'll be tomorrow morning. Also, Junior Dragsters, your second hit at the racetrack today will not be for qualifying. It'll be a time run. Tomorrow morning for eliminations, you will be randomly paired in the staging lanes using the cart system. You will be separated by age group, however. So 1090 with a 2 there for John Long, 1084 1 for Rodney Grant. Amanda Loftus and Jared Ross. Amanda in the Mustang, Jared Ross in that 48 Anglia. So again, the only elimination that will be happening today, which they've already started, is the alcohol 20-car final, which is coming up shortly, as well as Top Alcohol Dragster. Problems there for the left-hand side. Jim Palmer left for the tree can down. 1087-0 for Greg Parson. Kevin Thorpe, Michael Kilgore. Red light start there for Kevin Thorpe, Michael Kilgore over the right-hand side. Top end. 1097 to 1110. Brandon Harris and Brittany DeVore. Continuing on here in the Super Street Final Time Trial session. Top Alcohol Funny Car Final, Top Alcohol Dragster Semis. Need you now, please. Top Alcohol Funny Car Final, Top Alcohol Dragster Semifinals. Need you to the lanes, please. You are next. Top Alcohol Funny Car Final and the Top Alcohol Dragster Semifinals. Need to the staging lanes. You are next. Hunter Kendall and Wade Metzinger. Here we go. We're cleaning green. Top of the racetrack. 1090 with a 2 for Hunter Kendall. Very style run. 1091.6 for Wade Metzinger. Again, Top Alcohol Funny Car Final and the Top Alcohol Dragster Semifinals. Need you now. You're next. Here we go. Top end, 1088 with a 1 for Wayne Pratt. David Stone, 1085.7. Chucky, and here's Chucky go 1089.0 to a 1095.9. Stock Eliminator final qualifying to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator final qualifying to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator final qualifying to the staging lanes, please. $11.09 with a 6-1-20. $10.92.4 there for Olivia Carroll. Trevor Lane goes 10.94.7. Dennis Harrelson, Tony Jones. $10.93 to $10.87.8. So next pair coming up, it'll be Brandon Sellers and Jay Bunce. Here we go. Brandon Sellers, Jay Bunce. Top end, 10.85.8 to 10.95.0. So Ross Ragland left side, Heath Phillips on the right side. Heath Phillips out of Scurry, Texas, and that 92 Firebird. Ross Ragland out of Norman, Oklahoma. Boomer Sooner, and that 69 Camaro. Red light start there for Ross. 007 green for Heath Phillips. And top of the racetrack. 10.87.2 for Ross. 10.94.6 for Heath Phillips. And we're continuing on here with Super Street Final Time Trial. Again, Top Alcohol Dragster, Top Alcohol Funny Car, as well as the final qualifying session for Stock Eliminator should be in the staging lanes. Red light start for Greg Simbeck. Hayden Brown, the tall react time, goes dead on with a 5 to 11.07 with a 0. So Mark McCall and Bill Kidd. Top end of the racetrack. 10.92.5 to a dead on 3. Again, we're just going to finish up Super Street here. Then we got the alcohol cars coming up, and then we do have a very important special announcement we're going to make here before the top alcohol cars come up for the final of Alcohol Fun Car and the semifinal of Top Alcohol Dragster. Rick Huffman, Colton Pear. So Greg Williams left side, Dan Bain right side. .1087.2 to a 1091.3. Of course, Spider-Man Larry McBride and Dave Vanson running Top Fuel Motorcycle up there in Chicago. And I was asked, would I ever take a Top Fuel motorcycle down the racetrack? I'll give you the edited version. No. No way. Perfect light there for Rustin Mays. 004 there for Ray Dew. 1088.3 for Rustin Mays. Ray Dew, right side goes 1091.9. All right, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, I'm about to turn the mic over to, after this car, Ricky Sellers, Lawton, Oklahoma. That's in Oklahoma. All right, that was a bad segue into a Rodney Carrington joke that I cannot repeat the rest of. So anyway, so here we are. After this, we'll have Top Alcohol Funny Car Final, Top Alcohol Dragster Semis coming up. It'll be Top Alcohol Dragsters will be first. 001 Red Life Ricky Sellers. Top of the racetrack. Ricky Sellers goes a 1097.1. All right, ladies, if I can have your attention real quick, I'm about to turn the mic over to Travis Salter from SalterRacing.com with a very special announcement. Travis?
All right, so I went over and was hanging out with Roger Brogdon a little while ago, and we were talking about junior dragsters. Well, Roger wanted to throw in a little extra for all the junior kids. So, thanks to Roger Brogdon and Roof Tech, the 6 to 9-year-old juniors will get $200 on top for the winner. 10 to 12-year-olds will get $200 to the winner. And then 13 and up gets an additional $500 to the winner. Once again, we need to really thank Roger Brogdon with Roof Tech for stepping up and doing that. And he was not asked. He come out of his own and offered it out of the kindness of his heart. And that was absolutely awesome of Roger. And I really do appreciate it. You stepping up and doing that for the kids. Thank you.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, real quick, let's give Roger Brogdon and Roof Tech a big round of applause for stepping up and supporting the stars of tomorrow. So the 6-9-year-olds, they're going to get an additional $200 to the winner tomorrow. 10, 12-year-olds going to get an additional $200, and 13 and up an additional $500 to the winner. That's from Roger Brogdon at Roof Tech. Again, he just said, you know what? I just want to do it. And that is for the Everyday Chef Junior Dragsters. So thank you very much, Travis Salter, SalterRacing.com, for that great news. And I'll tell you what, Warren, we say it all the time, these junior kids, they really are the stars of tomorrow in this sport.
Well, it's well documented the number of Camping World Series racers, Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series superstars. They are the future of the sport. It becomes a very natural transition to come out of a junior and go into, for example, a 890 Super Comp car, 990 Super Gas car as a stepping stone to bigger and better things. Brings experience and exposure for all of these great young racers. And I was there, my dad and I were there from the very beginning, the very first year, the very first Junior Dragster Nationals that was held in Indiana. My dad had built some home-built juniors, and my two little sisters competed back then. And, yeah, Stephen Dencham was there, and, yeah, Erica Enders was there. And a lot of names that you know now were there at that same event. And this truly has become the pipeline to greatness in the sport of NHRA drag racing. So it's wonderful to see. Happy to have him on board. And thank you to Roger Brogdon, of course, not only for his support of the Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund, but just generally his support of drag racing in general. And you hate to say we couldn't do it without you because, yeah, we could, but we wouldn't want to do it without you because you're a very valuable part of what happens here in this part of the country and across the nation. So thank you, Mr. Brogdon.
Absolutely, definitely, for sure. That's for the Everyday Chef Junior Dragsters tomorrow. And Roof Tech, doing roofs here in Texas, one roof at a time. So thank them very much for their support. And now we're going to go Top Alcohol Dragster, Julie Natas, and Shane Conway. Now remember, everybody so far today with lane choice has taken that left lane. Is there a lane imbalance? No. Because remember, Aaron Cooper didn't have lane choice round one. He was in the right lane, and he went 280-plus mile an hour, picking up a victory. So Julie Natas and Shane Conway will face each other, and the other half will be Jackie Frick and Aaron Cooper. Again, injected on nitro. Julie Natas and Shane Conway. Here's Shane, there's Julie. And Julie Natas having the choice of lanes here, taking that left-hand side. All right, here we go. So here we have Julie Natas and Shane Conway. One half of the Top Alcohol Dragster semifinal. Jackie Frick and Aaron Cooper wait patiently. Julie qualified number 2, Shane Conway number 3. Again, Julie had the choice of lane. Remember, she went to that final session yesterday, not qualified. Went out there, stole number 1 until Jackie Frick took it from her later on in the session. But who will go to the final this evening in Top Alcohol Dragster? They're richening up the fuel. They're out of here. 3,000 separation. Top end of the racetrack. Win light. Give it to Julie Natas. 5:26.1 beats a 5:26.6. Julie was behind at the starting line by 0.03 of a second. That was a drag race. The margin of victory, check this out, 26/10 of a second, or if you do the math, 12 inches. 1 foot separated those two teams at the finish line. So what a heck of a run for Julie Natas. Shane Conway did his job all the way down the racetrack. But Julie Natas is headed to another final in Top Alcohol Dragster. And real quickly, before we fire up the next pair, I was just told an anonymous donor just donated another $50 for the 6 to 9-year-olds and the 10 to 12-year-olds for the Everyday Chef Junior Dragster. So that's an additional $250 for the 6 9-year-olds and 10 to 12-year-olds tomorrow. So, wow. So Julie Natas going to the final, but who will she face? Will it be Jackie Frick, the number 1 qualifier? Or will it be the man who owns the NHRA national record for speed in top alcohol dragster that he set at this very racetrack? Talking about Aaron Cooper. That track record, or the national record, is 286.62 miles per hour. He set back on August 18th of 2021. But here's Aaron Cooper. Here's Jackie Frick. And then we'll have the top alcohol funny car final to follow. But Jackie Frick, again, in the number 1 spot, finished number 5 in the National Series last year. Aaron Cooper out of Wichita, Kansas. Again, like I said, owns the speed record. It actually owns the top 2 fastest runs in top alcohol dragster history. 3rd generation driver. He won at Belrose down at No Problem Raceway, Louisiana, earlier this year. He was a Jegs All-Star the last 2 seasons. Jackie Frick has a career best finish at number 2 in the national chase. Lucas Oil, NGK, Spark Plugs, JE Pistons, Wright Trailers, Fink Equipment, Manly Accelerated Travel. She's been a career best of 5'11". They richen up the fuel. Who's Julie Natasha going to face in the final? 2,000 separation. Top end of the racetrack. Win light. It's going to be Jackie Frick, and she'll have lane choice by 8 thousandths of a second. 525.3, 275. Aaron Cooper, 528.2, 281. And Aaron Cooper had the better reaction time by 2 thousandths of a second. But Jackie Frick drives around him on the other end of the racetrack and will have lane choice in the final of Top Alcohol Dragster against Julie Natas. That is going to be one for the ages. But now it's time for the Top Alcohol Funny Car Final. This is an interesting one here. Bob McCosh on the left-hand side taking on Christine Foster. Now, Christine, if you remember back in round number 1, Christine didn't get to the finish line first. However, her opponent, Mikey D, crossed the center line, took out a foam block, which disqualified him from the run and gave Christine the automatic win. But here we are. This is your final in Top Alcohol Funny Car. So here we go. Bob McCosh, Christine Foster. Here's Christine. Here comes Bob. So here we are. Bob McCosh, left-hand side, to get qualified number 1. Sportsman Motorcycle, final qualifying session of the lanes, please. Sportsman Motorcycle, final qualifying session of the lanes, please. So here we go, final round, top alcohol funny car. Who's taking home the Wally? Will it go to Missouri or will it go to Iowa? RPM's coming up. Watch the tree. Bob's going to go in last. Bob McCosh out there. Here comes Foster, but it's going to be Bob McCosh, 550, 266. Bob McCosh wins top alcohol funny car. Christine Foster gave it a shot, 629, 189. But congratulations to Bob McCosh, your winner of top alcohol funny car here at the NHRA Lone Star Nationals of the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Man, oh man. Bob was 400s better in reaction time and never looked back. 365 212 at the 8th mile. But Bob McCosh, your number one qualifier, low ET, top speed, and wins top alcohol funny car. As, again, the crews head on down, folks. Put your hands together for Christine Foster and Bob McCosh. Nice final there. As Bob McCosh, that crew going to celebrate back in Columbia, Missouri. Now, the question, you think Bob could give me a deal on a Chevrolet? Sure. I just got to go to Missouri to get it and drive back to Maryland. But Bob McCosh going to celebrate tonight, and Christine Foster, her team put up a valiant effort all weekend. Just came up a little bit short here. So Bob McCosh wins top alcohol funny car. So once again, Stock Lemire coming up next. Sportsman Motorcycles to be back there for their final qualifying session. Stan Cybos. There you go. 584, 231. All right, so we got Stock Eliminator final qualifying coming up.
Well, as Fabian steps away for a moment here, I'll jump in and tell you about final qualifying for Stock Eliminator, which will be coming up next. Again, Stockers, your final qualifying session waits in the wings right now. If you want to get this qualifying shot, you need to make your way to the staging lanes. Consider this your final call, although I think you already got your final call, but this is your final call. Sounds like motors coming to life right now. Stockers coming up. First up, it's going to be Everett Vassar from Waxahachie, Texas. His A automatic Camaro. Computer said Everett did not get a qualifying pass earlier today. So this will be his first attempt to put it on the sheet. He'll be alongside Vern Buchanan. .1067 at 122. .1067 at 122 for Everett Vassar. Vern Buchanan 1119 at 117. Tim Ames comes up now. The Duster left side, 340 power. James Carter over on the right. And the Camaro gets to the stripe first. James Carter, 1092 in his D automatic Camaro. Tim Ames, the stick car, 1108 at 122 miles per hour. Again, this is qualifying to set the ladder for round one tomorrow. How about Brian Massengill for Samtech? Massengill out of Houston. Robert Swan alongside Belforche. In the California Special, you hear the throttle work there, on and off the throttle. As they head down track, looks like the Mustang's going to get there first, 10:56 at 125. Brian Massengill was the one who had to work the throttle a little bit when he left the starting line, so he was over the index, 10:62 at 135 miles an hour. Attention in the pit area, we want to let you know that junior dragsters, you will run at the end of the day after our top alcohol dragster final. So once again, you will run at the end of the day after top alcohol dragster final. Again, it's just a time session, not a qualifying session, as you'll be paired up tomorrow via random draw. Stephen Reynolds, John Breimer. First to the finish with the factory stock AA, the supercharged Cobra Jet, 881 at 154. Stephen Reynolds, the A automatic machine left side, 1038 at 131. Attention in the pit area. Super Comp. Super Comp to the lanes, please. Super Comp, your second time run. We will take you now to the staging lanes. Super Comp, time run number 2. We will take you to the staging lanes. April Merrill and Ron Segura line up now. Merrill out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. F Automatic Nova. Right side. The 4th gen Camaro for Ron Segura. C Automatic. 11:29 on the left for Merrill. 1:16 for the speed. 11:15 at 1:17 for Ron Segura. Ray Buckner, Marty Burke. Burke, right side. 11:62, 1:12. Buckner rolling the beams on the starting line, does not get a time in his F Automatic Duster. I'm watching the math work out on a sheet of paper up here, and it's like a well-fertilized mushroom. It just keeps growing. All right. Hey, we kind of sort of got off on a tangent here, trying to get all this sorted out up here, but I got some good news, some great news for you junior dragster competitors out there. I'll give you the details in just a minute, but your weekend got a whole lot richer, and you didn't even know it. All right, it's Bobby Brannon off and running left side and Daryl Irwin on the right. So for Daryl, unfortunately, the car rolled the beams. No time recorded for Daryl Irwin, but for Bobby Brannon, 10:44 at 126 miles an hour. This is Bill Basham and Don Davidson, double B, double D, coming up now. Basham from Azle, Texas, left side. That is the Little Nova. Off and running alongside a 69 Camaro, 350 small block equipped. F stick machine, 3-pedal car. 1102 right side for Don Davidson. Bill Basham, 1392. Way off the number there at 77. Brenda Grubbs coming up now for National Park Depot. And Sheila Mae Holt, the chick with a stick over there on the right-hand side. Team Lupe Tortilla out of Houston and surrounding areas. Attention in the pits. Once again, we need Super Comp. Super Comp to the lanes, please. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes. Sheila drops the clutch. 800's too early. And she eases out of it before she gets to the finish line. In the meantime, Brenda Grubbs drives it through to a 995 at 133 miles an hour. That's going to be 74 under on the index right there for Brenda. No improvement from her earlier pass. 1264 at 74 for Miss Sheila Mae. Dave Flett from Lubbock. The Mustang, left side, E-automatic. Ann Candies, right side. The Long Roof Racer, the Malibu Wagon, L-automatic. Dangles the wheels a little bit, and they both head down track. Red car on the left, white car on the right. It is Flett getting there first. Dave Flett, 11:34.3 at 117. Definitely in bracket mode, went 11:34.7 earlier. And Candies, 12 flat at 109 miles per hour. I haven't even announced the first revision of this, and it gets crazier and crazier by the minute. Parker DeVore, Riley Trumbull. At the top end, Riley Trumbull finds the finish line first, right side of the track. Trumbull, 996 at 133. For Parker DeVore, 11:46 on the 12:30. No improvement there. No improvement for Riley either. They will stay number 4 and number 18 on the qualifying sheet. As always, qualifying and ladder sheets can be found at the Draw RFC tent directly behind the tower. Your donations go to a great cause. Great causes, Draw and Racers for Christ. Here's Mike Trumbull coming up now. Mike's Chevelle down track on the left. Bryce Grenier on the left, the B-automatic out of Louisiana. Grenier goes 10:52.6 at 125 right side. Again, no improvement there. Trumbull goes 10:84 at 121, and he does pick up 0.04 of a second. So a little bit of movement to be expected. Hey, juniors, stay tuned. Big news coming up for you. Again, Super Comp, you should be in the staging lanes. If not, consider this your final call. Super Comp, final call to the staging lanes. Jimmy Hidalgo, the dog, over on the left side. His Corvette 1129 at 117. Dan Dittmer, right side, 871 at 154. He improves by 1/100th of a second. Jimmy slows by 1,000th of a second. Kent Clausen and Paul Candies coming up now. Clausen out of Clausen out of Kansas. Candies out of Dealman, Louisiana. That's the Cobra Jet on the right. Candies in the factory stock D machine 979. 136. Kent Clausen 1137 at 116. Again, no improvement for either of these drivers. They'll stand on their earlier numbers. Charles Ford will line up now, left side. The Duster out of Spring, Texas. Ross Ponville alongside the A automatic Camaro. Wheels up start for both. One car, two car, blue car, red car. It's not really how that works. 10:31 for Ponville at 127 miles an hour. That's the right side of the track. That's the red car. Charles Ford, the blue car, 11:44 at 96 miles per hour. Ford falls off. Ponville improves by 0.03 of a second. Camaro left, GTO on the right. Here's Kevin Hale and Brian Ponville. Kevin's Camaro, left side, out of Louisiana. The GTO, also out of Louisiana for Ponville. Ponville 1108 at 119, right side of the track. Kevin Hale 1175 at 113. And Brian Ponville also picks up 0.03 of a second. So a little bit of shuffling going on out there, but for the most part, the better pass for these racers was earlier today. Connor Matthews and Sharon Bogus coming up now. Third generation Camaros left and right. Matthews in the silver machine will get to the finish line first, 11:45 at 90 miles an hour. Sharon Bogus 11:68 at 113. Two more lining up now. The Corvette over here on the left. That is Matt Pellicino from Springfield, Louisiana. C automatic Corvette. Brett Candies from Thibodaux, Louisiana. That is the Mustang on the right. Factory stock A combination. Red cars headed down track. The Ford stretches it out, gets there first on the right-hand side. Brett Candies 9:14 at 147 miles an hour. That's a jump by over a tenth of a second for Candies. 10:61.6 for Pellicino. Pair that up along as 10:61.6. 10:61.1 paired up together. I think he's in bracket mode. There are the numbers for you folks on NHRA TV. Now it's Gavin LaHue and Austin Ford. Ford for Sam Tech, the Mustang. The quicker of the two cars, 9:13 at 149 miles an hour for Austin Ford. 10:55 at 116 for LaHue's Corvette. He drops off by a couple of tenths of a second. So again, a little shuffling going on out here ladder-wise. Coming up next, Corvette AA stock automatic for Jimmy Hutto out of St. Hedwig, Texas. So Justin, having to work so much now, doesn't get the opportunity to race as much as he did. Jimmy in the car now, alongside Darrell Hamlin. Wheels up for the Corvette. Not so good for the Camaro. As the Camaro comes off the starting line and immediately sputters, he'll idle it on down. In the meantime, the Corvette, 984 at 134 miles an hour. And again, when they find their bracket number, it's good. 984.3 at 134 for Hutto. Earlier today, 984.2 at 134. So, hey, that's pretty good. Darrell Hamlin, not really liking that pass, 24.94. Earlier today in 11:12 will have to be the figure he works off of. Super Comps should all be lined up back there in the staging lanes. If you're not, you missed your final call from earlier. Willie Coleman and David Latino coming up now. Coleman left side out of Houma, Louisiana. The 99 Camaro. David Latino, 2000 Corvette, right side. Latino C automatic. Coleman B automatic. Both of them should go wheels up here on the launch, and they do. Coleman carries them a long ways out there. Should be close at the finish line as well. 10:63 at 122 for Coleman. Latino was right there till about the 1,000 foot where he clicked it off, coasting through to an 11:07 at 77. Got his numbers up front. That's all he needed to know. Here's Will Carroll coming up now. Track operator out of Ardmore, Oklahoma. That is the all-white Chevelle. And Devin DeGuardi for Mission Garage. The Trans Am 455 big block Pontiac. H automatic right side, B automatic on the left. Carroll points it to the sky, drops it down, heads north. 10:49 at 125. 12:46 at 92 miles an hour for Devin. It looked like he was off pace before he got to half track. Jerry Emmons and Gary Emmons. So Gary was up earlier but could not make first round yesterday. Jammin' Jerry puts the Camaro on the bumper. Gary, straight as a string, 892. 153 miles an hour for Gary Emmons in the Cobra Jet. Jerry Emmons, 1072 at 105. As he steps off the gas before he gets there. Gary, 892 at 153, better than he was earlier. Here is Speedy Emmons now, this time around on the right-hand side alongside Jeff Lopez. Lopez with that lucky number 7 on the window of the Ace machine. The Copo charging hard. Left side will get there by about 4 car lengths at the quarter-mile mark. Lopez, 944 at 145. 1025 for Speedy Emmons at 127 miles per hour. So there is some improvement that can be found out there. Emmons does the trick. 2 more Camaros coming up now. Brandon Bakey's, another of the Copo contingent out of Alexandria, Louisiana. Part of that Sam Tech operation. And Todd Bailey, first generation 350 Camaro. F stock automatic for Bailey. 1185 is the index he's running against. Bakey's 1030 up on the scoreboard. And it looks like Brandon Bakey's did not complete the staging process, will not get a time. In the meantime, Todd Bailey, 1669 at 44 miles per hour. So Bakey's on the timeout there on the auto start system. Here's Brad Plord. Already had a pretty good day. Picked up the Wally in race number 1 in that high-flying Lucas Oil Yellow Nova. Holly Pond, Alabama, the home for Bad Brad. Kind of mid-pack right now in the qualifying order, as he is your number 43 qualifier as it sits right now. Keith Bakey's from Alexandria, Louisiana. Right-hand side, that is the silver Camaro. C automatic. Plord, a D automatic. Ford exercises that red light, 1093 at 104. Keith Bakey's 1068 at 124. Camaro left. Mercury, Comet, Cyclone on the right. Not too many of these left in captivity. John Cox out of Rosenberg, Texas. The G stock automatic, 390 cubic inch blue oval machine over here. And the big block 396 Camaro over on the left of Kyle Rizzoli. Rizzoli 997 at 132. He is in the 1 second under club as he went 102.9 under on that pass. John Cox 1160 on the 12 flat. Exactly 0.4 of a second under his index. Elizabeth Lopez, Jimmy Hidalgo coming up now. Cooter, right side, the champ. Elizabeth Lopez, married to the former champ. Hidalgo 1095 at 108, right side. Lopez 1133 at 115. So stock eliminators in the books. You can go back to your trailer, sit back, relax. Pick up a nice, refreshing Coca-Cola product or whatever your beverage of choice might be. As you are done for the day, we'll see you tomorrow. Super Comp. The 890 cars wait behind us here in race control, and they will be up next. Fabian Brown, are you ready for some more of this? Bring it on. That is the weirdest sounding dragster I've ever heard. Oh, it's a bike. This is what happens when the announcer doesn't pay attention. How about Sportsman Motorcycle? I'm going to have to go back to announcer school so I can tell the difference between a motorcycle and a dragster.
Well, yeah, that was kind of a pop quiz. But here we go. Sportsman Motorcycle, their final qualifying session. John Hudson, they call him Mike, on the Kawasaki 1500. Old school Kawasaki, built back in 77, before many of us in this tower were even born. Alrighty, Derek Dory on the right side, runner-up race 1 on that Kawasaki Track Racer. So again, Super Comp, their final time trial coming up again. Don't forget that at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning will be the RFC Chapel Serve with Chapel and Joey Keith. 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, the Champions Club. Of course, everyone is welcome to attend. So the runner to Kingswood, Texas on the right side. John Mike Hudson on the left. 1,000 separation. Remember, in Sports Motorcycle, they qualify based on reaction time. At the top end, 8:89.9, 1:45 for Dory, 9:21.4, 1:40 for Hudson. As our next pair of bikes. Michael Matthews out of LaGrange, Texas, and Robert Sanders out of Cypress, Texas. Matthews on the Suzuki Hayabusa 1650. Robert Sanders rides on his 2012 Suzuki Hayabusa. Three-time Division 4 motorcycle champ. Don't know what happened to Michael Matthews, but he was dead late on that one. 007 life for Sanders, 799, 161 to an 805, 168. we go. Jeremy Dory left side. Frank Dixon on the right side. Frank, Mesquite, Texas on the 08 Hayabusa. Left hand side, the Kawasaki ZRX. Jeremy Dory. Here we go. Red light start for Frank Dixon. Top end, 9:11 with a 6, 157 to 9:25 at 145. So here we go. Brenda Kay, Dwayne Towson. Red light for Brenda Kay. Problems getting going there for Dwayne. And Dwayne looks like he's looking over at the side of the bike. And started Rusty holding him up there for just a moment. 8:59, 152 for Brenda. Dwayne 14:76, 76 miles per hour. Next up will be Vince McCullough out of Cypress, Texas, and Ricky Kay on the right side of Humble, Texas. And Vince McCullough, 2021 divisional champion, won here 2 years ago. Also won in Nobile, Oklahoma 2 years ago as well. Red light start for Ricky Kay. How about a double of 5 light for Vince McCullough at the top end? 9:39, 142 to an 880 at 144. Next up, Eddie Glaze, Tony Davis. Top end of the racetrack. Give it. There you go. 9:16, 138 for Eddie. Tony Davis, 8:30 with a 4, 156. Both of them red on the tree. So Leon Sykes, your race 1 winner, 018 on the tree. Corey Eli, 021 on the tree out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Leland from Denver, Colorado, 872, 144 to a 1090, 117. Final bike here will be Michael Nash. We got Super Comp coming up. There we go. 007 light there for Michael Nash. Top of the racetrack. 779, 165. All right, Warren, what you got for us?
Well, I teased some good news for the junior racers earlier. Guess what? Roof Tech, Roger Brogdon had stepped up originally and posted $900 from Roof Tech to sweeten the pot for all 3 of our race categories. Since then, more companies have stepped up. Texas EquiSearch has put in another $200. Jeffrey Gibson Insurance Agency, another $100. Houston Cheap Fireworks, another $100. An anonymous donor with a $100 bill, and Nick Duty with a $100 bill. All of that is going to be split up to add to the pot for all three of our categories. So, more money than before, but the reason we're not totaling it yet, there's two reasons. One, people keep walking up and giving us money, which is cool. And two, Roger Brogdon now says he'll match every additional $100 donated up to $5,000. So if you really want to help out these juniors, for every $100 you kick in, Roger's going to dig deep and kick in another $100 as well. And right now that looks like it's $200, $300, $400, $500, $600 that he's going to have to add to the pot. So we're looking at $2,100 total so far to be split for those three categories, and more to come. Go see Travis Salter, salterracing.com. He's the guy keeping track of the money. Austin Williams, 886 at 185. Jim Jones, 890, dead 6 at 179. And Fabian Brown back at it.
Thank you, Warren. I tell you what, thank you to all those folks that stepped up and supporting the Junior Dragster program. We thank you, especially Roger Brogdon, who got it going. And you know what? And I got a feeling we ain't done yet by a long shot. I got a feeling. And also, Everyday Chef, thank them very much for sponsoring the Junior Dragster category at each and every NHRA Division 4 South Central event. Appreciate them as well. Red light start for Wayne Landry. Chase Murray left side. Hey, Nick, think we can get Cheeseburger to get in on this? Think we can get Cheeseburger to get in on this? Think we can. 888-3 to 8858. Cody Reed goes to Swan. Super Stock, bring it on, please, for final qualifying. Super Stock, bring it on for your final qualifying session. Super Stock, come on. So here we have Reed and Swan. Top of the racetrack. 879.6, 174 to 889.2, 182. As our next pair comes up. White Allen and Ryan Baldwin. So again, thank you very much, Everyday Chef for sponsoring the Junior Dragster program at each one of the NHRA Division 4 South Central Division events, and all the folks that have stepped up to, add more money to, like we said, the Stars tomorrow. As Dwight Allen goes 950 with a 3 to an 887.4. Again, Super Stock, you have been called for final qualifying. Super Stock, you have been called final qualifying. Again, drivers, once you make this last run, you can put them in the trailers. Again, just to repeat, Super Comp will not be running round one tonight. Junior Dragster, when you come up for your final run, that will not count for qualifying. It'll be a time run. We will do random pairings in the lanes using the card system tomorrow. But you will be separated by age group tomorrow. Jim Zimmerman and Will Flores. $85 to a $951. Rustin Mays, Dan Foley. And the final time trial session here for Super Comp, the 890 index category. And a perfect light for Dan Foley. Top end. Dead on with a 1. Wow. Only problem is it happened during a time run, so it doesn't count for the Larice Motorsports Insurance best package or perfect package challenges there. Man. Trip, zip, dead 1, and it don't count. That is very good. Or Mike Dunn, you say a perfect light is a bad job of red lighting. Mike Van Winkle and Sean Neidig. So here we go. Red light there for Mike Van Winkle. Top end, 881.8, 168 to 888.3, 176. Here we go. Justin Frost, Peter Ginn. Top end. 890 with a 4, 184 for Justin, 886.8. 010 tree there for Peter Ginn. So here we go. Justin Frost, Christopher Dodd. Here we go. Landon Exner, Christopher Dodd, ready to do it. And we're cleaning green. Top of the racetrack, 8.916.2 to an 8.89.9. Cody Melton, Terry Wagner, 890 with a 1 to 887.9. As next up, it'll be John Brenner and Gina Pullman. Gina out of Longview, Texas, on the right-hand side, her dragster. Left-hand side, John Brenner out of Louisiana in his dragster. Again, Super Stock, you have been called. Final qualifying session. Super Stock, you have been called for your final qualifying session. Top end, red light star there for Brenner goes 883.6 to 891.6. Michael Johnson left side, Bill Dennis on the right side. Here we go. Next up, Rick Huffman and John Alonzo. Here, top of the racetrack, 890 with a 2. Rick Huffman, John Alonzo, 887.3. Doug Miller, Tim Parker. And Doug Miller may have rolled through the beams. There we go. Tommy Phillips, left-hand side. Shauna Brinkley and Richard Pearson. Shauna Brinkley, Highlands, Texas, the Root Tech machine. Pearson on the right side. 888.2 for Shauna. 891.6 for Richard Pearson. James Repka and John Warren. Again, Superstock will be back there. Superstock will be back there for your final qualifying session. $881.2 there for James Repka. John Warren, $898.8 or $889.8. James Medlin and Mark Powers. Powers out of Buds, Texas. Medlin from Reno, Texas. Top end, 885.2 to 884.1. Here we go. Paul Buell, Chris LeBlanc. Double one green there for LeBlanc. Top end, 885.6 to 890 with a 4. The Top Alcohol Dragster final will be run at 6:45, just under 40 minutes from now. The Top Alcohol Dragster final will be run at 6:45, just under 40 minutes from now. Terry Pollard and Kyle Sechrist. 003 green for Terry, 003 red for Kyle. $890 with a 6 to 888 with a 4. As the next pair comes up, swapping the deck a little bit over there in both lanes before we send down Hannah Walter and Michael Borum. Top end. 889.9 to 891 with an 8. Here we go. Todd Irwin, Charlotte Heffler. Again, the Top Algo Dragster final in about 35 minutes at 6:45. Double 1 for Todd, 015 for Charlotte. Top of the racetrack, 887.0 to 891.0. James Carroll left side. Bree Johnson on the right. Top of the racetrack, red light start for Bree Johnson. 897.3 to 888 with a 2. All right, so we are going to be on hold here for a moment while the officials in the safety car are taking a look at the left lane real quick. And I'm being told we have cleanup on the racetrack. So we will get this cleaned up and be back to racing as quickly as we can.
sprinkles are for winners, and typically interviews are for winners as well, but Hunter Green with a 001 light in a nitro-injected car, that's either luck, skill, game, whatever, but it's a heck of an effort to turn a win light on.
Yeah, that's a combination of all three. That's a little too close for comfort. Yeah, I mean, it's good, but that's not the reason we lost. We lost because I let off a little bit early down at the finish line. I'm still a new driver. I'm still learning. Yeah, you know, you usually only make the mistake one time. I usually don't make the same mistake twice. I take away something from every round. And yeah, I'm learning.
You're certainly learning. You're licensed in Top Fuel, got a bright future ahead of you, and some round wins in Z-Max and some challenges so far in A Field. Definitely progressing, though. I imagine you feel like a entire win. That Wally is out there.
The Wally's out there for sure. This is still a fast race car. And, you know, me and the crew, we both made mistakes. You know, this year it's just hasn't panned out yet, but when all of us are on top of our game, this car's hard to beat. It's one of the fastest cars out there. So there's a lot of season left. This is still the beginning of the season. I'm still a new driver. I'm still learning. Got to give it time. Got to give it patience.
Keep your eye on Mr. Green.
I believe that will be your winner. We're going to wait to get a ruling from race control. It is official. Christine Foster is your winner.
The old quip is, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and I'm sure when you struck the throttle, Christine Foster, all hopes were dashed, but then jubilation as your opponent doinked the block.
Oh yeah, so, you know, it smoked the tires, and I'm obviously instantly mad. And then I see him in trouble, so I'm like, yes, I'm going to run him down. And then I see him take out the cone and start to come across, and I'm like, oh, nope, I'm good. And, you know, celebrate then. So 100% got lucky today, but we'll take it.
Luck may not prevail you to another win light, though. What's it going to take to get around Mr. McCosh?
So, I mean, obviously we're definitely going to have to step it up. They've got that car running stellar this weekend, so we need to back it down at the step, get it off the starting line, and then pep it up through the middle of the run and on, and hopefully we'll give them something to compete.
Bob McCosh, 548 to a 552.
Bob McCosh is going to a final round here at the Texas Motorplex. Bob, it has been you with stellar performance. Number one qualifier, low ET of the meet out there recently. Turn on a win light, even left first. Yeah, all you got to do now is just win this thing.
Just got to follow through and keep doing what we've been doing. The guys and I talk about it every time. Consistency, doing the job, making sure we have our stuff right when we go up there, and the most important person we have to beat's ourselves. If we do our job, we've got fast parts, we'll get it done.
Mr. McCosh, you rolled into this event fourth in the national point standings. How important is it coming to Texas? There's only 4 cars. Does it really matter? Explain to the average NHRA fan how big of a deal it really is.
So your national championship is based on your best 7 out of 10 national events and your best 3 out of your first 5 regional events. So we've runner-up 3 out of 4 races. So we've runner-up at 2 points races in Charlotte. We need to win here today, because to win a national championship, you're going to have to collect 3 regional wins, and it's probably going to take, I'd say this year it's going to take 5 or 6 national event wins, and the combination of those points is going to determine the champion. So we need to win here today. Our focus this year was to give everybody in the class a run for their money for the championship. We worked very hard this winter, long painful hours trying to get our parts right, get our pieces right, and get our clutch package and our engine package right. We think we're there. We think we have a contender. Now we just gotta make it happen.
It's here. The all-new NHRA TV. A new app, a new website, a new season. The same great racing. All the stars and all the cars. NHRA TV. Live. Racing. Action. $149.99 brings NHRA drag racing to you.
Well, they say that you win on Sunday and sell on Monday, but Bob, you've won on Saturday, so that means there is a discount tomorrow at the dealership?
Come on down. You bet. What a great day to wrap up great way to wrap up a great day. It's been a beautiful day at the Texas Motorplex, and I got to tell you, our crew worked their butts off. We had a lot of question going up there to the final round because the conditions were changing so quickly. The track temp actually went from 133 degrees down to 118, which is huge. After they had an oil down and a little accident, by the time they got it cleaned up, there was that much difference, and we had it set for the 130 degree track. So we made some last minute adjustments up there in the lane, and the good Lord was willing, and she prevailed. Great day.
Great day, certainly in the points very well. Well, number one, there you go.
We leave number one right now. This race win put us number one, and now we just got to carry this win through for a few more and see if we can't have our name at the ring at the end of the year.
Well, you can definitely tell Bob is counting and keeping track of those points. What is the next event for your race team?
We're headed to Norwalk, Ohio, and then we go from Norwalk to Topeka. And I think our schedule's Norwalk, Topeka, Brainerd, Bowling Green, Kentucky, Indianapolis, Earlville, Iowa, Reading, Pennsylvania, Charlotte, North Carolina, back here to Dallas for the fall nationals, and then to Vegas.
As you can tell, Bob and team have got a plan for a natty in Alcohol Funny Car. He's the winner of the Lone Star Nationals.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just been given an update from Race Control. Here's the deal. They're telling me we're about 15 minutes away from the restart. So here is the game plan. We're going to finish Super Comp. Then we're going to have the Top Alcohol Dragster Final. And then after the Top Alcohol Dragster Final, we will finish. We'll go straight in the order that we got, and Junior Dragsters, Everyday Chef Junior Dragsters, will be the last thing down the racetrack tonight for a time run. Again, it will not count for qualifying. You will be paired tomorrow, random pairings, using the card system out there, but you will be separated by age group. So again, the game plan here, we're going to finish Super Comp, then go to the Top Alcohol Dragster Final. Then we'll finish up with the remainder of our program. Remember, folks, tractor versus human. That's like me versus TJ in a foot race. And TJ would win right now. Alrighty, attention the pits, attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Comp. Wait a minute, I didn't say anything yet. Super Comp, please get in your offices. That means suit up. See, I'm from Maryland, and sometimes we don't always say things like that make sense. Like, Dan Snyder's a good football owner. We're not going to talk about that. Anyway. Or that Dallas is going to win the Super Bowl, but they're not. Anyway, Super Comp, suit up, please. Super Comp, suit up, please. Again, here's the deal. We're going to run Super Comp to completion. Then we're going to go top alcohol dragster final, then super stock. Then we'll finish everybody else up. So Super Comp, suit up, please. Super Comp, suit up, please. So again, folks, thank you all for coming out to the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Lone Star Nationals presented by Scoggin Dickey Parts Center. Super Comp load up, top alcohol dragster. Final, Julie Natas, Jackie Frick. Need to the lanes, please. Map. Oh, yeah, they're cheeseburger. Remember, tractor versus human. That's like me versus Nichelle and who's better at running the clocks. We all know Nichelle would win that by even if she was blindfolded. With one hand tied behind her back. So one more lap on the tractors, and then we're going back green, going back racing. All righty, so real quick, here we go. Super Comp, Nathan Martin, Keisha Huffman. Red light start for Nathan Martin. Again, drivers, make sure you listen very carefully to the PA as we are going to make some changes to the run order. We'll let you know those. As Keisha Huffman's pulling over and stopping just after the finish line. She might actually, she's still moving down there, but she did pull over towards the wall, get out of the groove. But again, folks, we do want to apologize for that delay. The driver was not aware. He was rear end grease. The driver obviously was not aware of that. And I promise you, if he was, he would have immediately pulled over and stopped. But again, we do apologize for the delay, and we do appreciate everybody's patience with the NHRA Safety Safari and the crew here at Texas Motorplex. And Nathan Martin's went 888.9 in the lane that was just the oil down lane. So that's great job by the officials. And look at Jay Bunce going straight down the racetrack. 890 with a 5. I'm telling you, I might want to run that left lane if I had an option. So again, we're going to finish Super Comp, then we're going Top Alcohol Dragster Final, and then we're going Super Stock. So here we go. Vince Roberts, Dwayne Hawks. $888,889.0 to $891.1. Here we go. Shannon Brinkley, Rodney Fraser, top of the racetrack. Shannon 888 with a 6, 892 with a 1. All right, again, drivers, we are going to make some changes to the run order. So we're going to finish Super Comp, then go Top Alcohol Dragster Final, then Super Stock. After Super Stock will be Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, Top Sportsman, then Super Gas, then Juniors. So Super Gas, you will run after Top Sportsman, but before Junior Everyday Chef Junior Dragster. Here we go. Vernon Rowland, Michael Bailey, top of the racetrack. 885.2, 173 for Vernon. Michael Bailey, 881.1, 180. Keith Phillips, Jordan Ward. Here we go, clean and green. Phillips and Ward. Top of the racetrack, 890 with a 5 to an 890 with a 6. I'm telling you what, having a great job by those officials out there. We've seen dead-on runs in that lane, and I'm telling you, especially Top Alcohol Dragster, if I got lane choice, great job by the officials out there. Red light star for Leonard Greathouse. Mick Durando goes 035 in the tree. Top of the racetrack. 899 with a 2 to an 893 with a 5. Go. Billy Torrance, Ashley Durando. I'm sure Billy knows his kid is qualified 8th at Chicago. .884.5 for Billy Torrance, 192 miles an hour. 890 with an 8 for Ashley Durando. Here we go. Kyle Rickman, Derek Purvis. Red light there for Kyle. .892.3 to a 913.1. So Taryn Rickman and Randall Elliott. Taryn Rickman, Randall Elliott. Top end, 889.2 to 899 with a 6. Doug Wagner, Tessa Bloomberg. Double 07, double 2 in their trees. Top of the racetrack. 891.3, 184 to an 889.6, 180. Ryan Miller and Blake Allen. Here we go, red light start for Blake Allen. Top end. Dead on with a 2 for Ryan Miller. 9 total. 897.6 for Blake Allen. Here we go. Top end, 890 with a 2 to an 885.9. Tell you that left lane, great job of the officials. I need Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster to the lanes for your final qualifying session. Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster to the lanes for your final qualifying session. Again, we're to run Super Comp here, Top Alcohol Dragster Final, Super Stock, then Top Dragster, then Comp, Top Sportsman, then Super Gas, then the Juniors. Or the Everyday Chef Juniors. But again, Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster. Need you. So here we go. Michael Holcomb and Tanner Thorpe. Top of the racetrack. 891.0 for the left-hand side. Tanner Thorpe. 889.7 for Michael Holcomb. Kimbo Owens, Jenna Moorhead. $893 to an $895. Kevin Thorpe, Ron Gibson. So here we go. Heidi Robeson, left side. Here we go. Top end. Dead on with a 7 to a 91.8. So Mr. Bronski over on the right-hand side. His next up will be Trinae Grissoni and Ross Larice. Two neighbors. Two guys know each other very well through Larice Motorsports Insurance. So Holden Larice sitting in the water box here. Trinae Grissoni left side. Ross Larice on the Toyota side. Red light there for Trinae. $890 with an 8 to an 889.1. And it looks like our final car here for Super Cup will be Holden Larice. Again, Tom Thorpe Transport, top dragster. You're going to run after Super Stock, so we need you in the lanes now, please. Tom Thorpe, top dragster. Need you in the lanes now. You're running after Super Stock. Top alcohol dragster. Final is in the water box. Jackie Frick, left side. Julian Natas on the right. There goes Holden. $9.00 with a 4.
Jackie Frigg just 2 weeks ago was in a final round there at Indianapolis going up against Tony Stewart. Did not get the win there, Miss Frick. We got another opportunity to nab a Wally right here in Texas.
I sure hope that comes to fruition. The guys have worked their butts off all weekend. We came down to an out-of-division race because we love racing here. They treat the racers awesome, and the track is phenomenal. So we were lucky enough to not have claimed the runner-up in Indy, so that didn't hurt us for points. We are claiming this one, so it's extra important, and I'll definitely be up on the wheel as best as I can to help these guys out for all their hard work.
Julie Natus back to a final round, and you had a trip back home. If there was any jet lag, you must be over it at 0:17 light in the semifinals. Good cut.
Yeah, that's what you need out here to go around. So, because the cars here are really, really good. So I needed that light. Jet lag is not bothering me, so we're good.
Rematch against Miss Frick there at Indy. She got a hole shot on you last time. How badly you want to win the Wally over her tonight?
It doesn't matter if she won last time or not. I always want that win, so I'm ready for it.
Each other in the National Series last year, numbers 5 and 6 in points. So the Randy Meyer Racing team over the right-hand side, ready to go. Both these two, Copeland chassis, injected on nitro. Then we'll have super stock to follow this final. Again, Tom Thorpe Transport, Top Dragster need to be in the lanes, need to be there now for your final qualifying session. So here we go. Jackie Frick left side, Julian Natas right side. It's the final of Top Alcohol Dragster. It's Texas Motorplex, baby. It's go time. It's race time. They're going to richen up the fuel. And they're out of here. Start line man going to Julie Natas. Top out of the racetrack. Win light. Give it to Julie. Look at that. 5:18 low ET of the weekend. When she needed it, she got it. 5:18, 273. Jackie Frick, 5:31, 265. And Warren, like so many times, a Randy Meyer Racing driver, when they need to run low ET the event, they do it for the Wally.
Absolutely. You know, they have kind of shown their hand from time to time throughout the year where they've been able to pull out those 5-teens. And like you said, when they need it the most, Randy knows which screw to turn to make it happen. And as it turned out, we saw a lot of alcohol wins on the left side of the track, but when we got to the final round, especially after the track prep, both lanes were equal. When I saw that car still carrying the front wheels 100 feet down the track, I knew that Julie was on a ride, and obviously it paid off with a win light over there on the right.
There you go. So, and here's the interesting thing. That was only the third win in alcohol competition between Funny Car and Dragster today. The other two were Christine Foster and Aaron Cooper. So Julie Natas, 5:18 as the crews head on down. Put your hands together, Jackie Frick, and your winner, Julie Natas. Let's go super stock. Hayden Trummel, the GTD automatic, and Jeff Heffler, the FGTC combination. Here we go. Super stock. Wheels up, setting them down for that 55 Bel Air. Top of the racetrack. There you go. 946 to a 973. Again, Tom Thorpe Top Dragster, you're next. Need to be there. Tom Gordon, Jeff Colbert. Hear both of them going through the gears down there. Top of the racetrack, Jeff Colbert, an 896.6, 148 to a 968 at 135. As next up, it'll be Ryan Atkinson out of Carthage, Mississippi, and Doug Fauzzolaire. Here we go. Atkinson and Fauzzolaire. Superstock A Hemi on the right-hand side. The Superstock K Automatic on the left. Top at 872, 152 to a 1076, 122. Here we go. Dale Holquist, Paul Candies. Paul on the right side, the Factory Superstock F combination, that 2015 drag pack. And Dale Holquist, the GTJ automatic. $941.42 there for Paul Candies. Holquist, $999 with a 132. Stan Holt, Brett Candies. Stan Holt, the GTK machine, and Brett Candies, the Factory Superstock G combination. Top of 942, 142 to 985, 132.
All right, here we go. Lloyd Wolford, Superstock A Hemi, and Superstock J Automatic of Will Hale. Top of the racetrack, 870, 128 to a 1077, 122. Terry Emmons, Michael Bryant. Red light for Terry. And problems for Michael Bryant. $914, $149 for Terry. And wait for Michael Bryant, the factory Superstock D car to clear top end. Brendan Grubbs left side in the Superstock B Automatic, and Cody Merrill right side, Superstock G Automatic out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. $916, $145 to a $992, $131. Roof Tech, Comp Eliminator, final qualifying session of lanes, please. Roof Tech, Comp Eliminator, final qualifying session of lanes, please. Roof Tech, Comp Eliminator, final qualifying session of the lanes, please. 10:32 for Jason Mola. Daryl Brown goes 8:76 with a 2. Here we go. Cleve Stewart, Corey Mahi. Red light start for Cleve. .978 to a 901. Time at 10:05 to a 9:28. There we go, Jeffrey Miller and Shane Blackman. Here we go. And it sounds to me like Jeffrey Miller, something didn't quite go into gear correctly. He's way off the pace. And both of them way off the pace. 10:32, 113 there for Shane Blackman. Jeffrey Miller having issues about 300 feet out. So here we go. Victor Penrod, Jason Stahl. Stahl, Superstock C automatic and Superstock J automatic. Red light start for Victor. And Hunter Pierdola. Top of the racetrack, 978, 136, or 968, 136. All right, so here we go. Jimmy Hidalgo on the left-hand side there. As next up will be David Latino and Jeff Lane. Nine 27, 127 to a 10:04, 95 miles per hour. Here we go. Harvey Evans, Todd Irwin. Top of the racetrack, 10:06, 125 to a 10:61, 124. So Walt Walker, Jeff Franklin. Here we go. Top end of the racetrack. 976, 137 to 1052, 127. Who tomorrow will be going for his 32nd career Wally, 18th on the divisional side, 4-time divisional champion in that GTC automatic. A 24 react time for Kyle Rizzoli. Top of the racetrack. Goes 9:07, 147. All right, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, I'm turning the mic over to Warren. He's going to take you through Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster, Roof Tech, Comp Eliminator should be back there. And Warren, here you are, my friend.
Well, thank you, Fabian. Yep, we got Tom Thorpe Transportation Top Dragster. I see them nosing out from under the tower right now. Again, this is a 32-car qualified field, and right now your number one qualifier is the guy rolling out on the left side, Wayne Landry, the No Fear Machine out of St. Bernard, Louisiana. Number 9 in the world last year. Mark Jones alongside. Oh, yeah, Mark's pretty good at this, too. He was national championship runner-up a couple of years ago. Kelly out there behind the car, waiting for her hubby, Mark, to roll back. And she'll make sure he winds up in the right spot. As the sun starts to set to the west and the shadows start to fall, we're at the point in the program where our lights are on. Your lights need to be on too. You need to have working tail light on your race vehicle from here on out. Attention in the pit area, we need Roof Tech, Competition, Eliminator to the lanes. Roof Tech, Competition, Eliminator to the lanes. The 714 on the scoreboard is the bump spot. That is the number representing your number 32 qualifier. Solid runs right now for both of these dragsters. Too quick for Wayne Landry. 6:05 at 2:28, playing with fire there. As Wayne, no fear, but maybe he should have a little bit, because he was 500s, from putting it back in the box and leaving for the weekend. 6:25 for Mark Jones. Solid run, and if qualifying ended right now exactly like it starts, that would be a round one matchup on the Sportsman ladder. Number 1 would race number 17, and that's what they were coming in. Chloe Janicek comes up next. That is the 714 up on the scoreboard. 714 with an 8 is the bump. Chloe set that earlier. Danny South alongside from Vero Beach. There we go. Chloe left. Danny right. Chloe fogging the fuel at the top end. 713. 186. Moves just a little bit. Still on the bump. But goes from a 14 to a 13. Make it just a little bit harder for anybody behind her. 691 at 195 for Danny South. No improvement there on the right side of the track. Coming up next, it's Lee Ramey. Ramey currently not qualified in this field. Ramey sees that 713 on the scoreboard, knows that if he gets it hooked up, that will not be a problem. Ramey out of Marlow, Oklahoma. Has run as quick as a 6:24 this weekend, but that was during race 1. Here we are in race 2. The top speed car in the category right now over here on the right-hand side, that is D. Cruz. Will Hanna out in front of the car. He's the guy that masterminds the tune-up here on the super fast 240 plus mile an hour machine they call the Stealth Missile. Everybody steps away. Ramey is in. Cruz is in. Both of them let go, head for the other end of the track. Problems for Ramey. He's not going to make it in. 751 at 180. Not good enough. 614 for D. Cruz. He does not improve. 243.63 miles an hour. There for the Missile on the right. Backing up now. Here's the rear Morrison-sponsored machine, driven by Michael Kyle out of Westlake, Louisiana. Spitzer car, triple nickel rear Morrison, centrifugally supercharged. Left side of the car all plumbed up. Pro-charged machine right side of Mr. Danny Nelson. Former world champion on the left. Too quick on the left. 608 at 212. So Danny runs it out the back door too quick. Michael Kyle with a 612 at 223. A solid number over there on the right-hand side to the red and white dragster. David Johns now, Floresville, Texas. Big Block Chevrolet. Centrifugal supercharger pushing the air in the intake. Alongside Robert Kuhl from Laplace, Louisiana. The tree is armed and ready. Drivers are pre-staged. Again, 713 is the target. Both of these two solidly in the field right now. And there's improvement out there. But for David Johns, just a tick too quick, 609 with an 8. That's 2 thou too quick at 226. Robert Kuhl does not improve, 698 at 167. So they will stay where they were at. Here's J.R. Baxter, who knows all too well about going too quick. The Waxahachie, Texas-based Miller race car. He sees way too many 6.0 time tickets. Steve McDermott alongside, trying to stick the landing directly on the 610 with a 0. Capable of doing that. He's done it a whole bunch of times. I don't think it's going to happen this time. Car gets out of shape at the start. But I'll tell you what, a 611 with a 2. That's a great lap right there. They improved by more than a tenth of a second, as they went from a 622 to a 611, and that'll shuffle the order. For JR, 616 is safe. 190 for the speed. Clearly off the throttle before he got to the 1320 mark. Here's Rusty Baxter alongside Bill Swan. Baxter out of Beckville. Swan out of Terrell. Right now, 10 and 23 on the sheet. As the instant qualifying order keeps shuffling around. Swan moves a little bit to the left. Rusty, 609 with a 7. That's too quick by 3 thousandths of a second. 226 for the speed. His earlier run will have to work. Bill Swan, 655 at 161 miles an hour, and he was slowing when he got to the finish line, as he was 180 at the 8th mile mark, 161 at the quarter mile mark. Mike Weaver, Chris Burrell coming up next. Weaver from Rock Springs, Texas, left side. Chris Burrell from Claude, Texas on the right. Once again, we need Roof Tech, Competition Eliminator. To the lanes, Roof Tech, Competition Eliminator. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Roof Tech Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Red lights don't matter. 696 for Burrell. Burrell, 191 for the speed. Mike Weaver, a 641 at 218. Brian Sandlin lines up now. Appears to be all motor over here on the left for the runner out of Baytown, Texas. Chance Bullock alongside, also out of Baytown. Little fog of the laughing gas over here on the right-hand side. Both in the bottom half of the ladder right now. But that's okay. Once you're in, then it's just a bracket race. Dial them and go. Bullock lifts the wheels, heads for the other end. 676 at 155. No improvement there as he backs out of it before he gets to the finish line. 712 at 192 for Sandlin. His 712 at 192, and he will remain number 30 in the qualifying order. Jim Thorpe and Ross Larice coming up now. Thorpe, left side, Mertzen, Texas. How about that gorgeous paint job on that car on the left-hand side? Designed to match his Camaro. Right side, Ross Larice, Baby Larice out of Raceland, Louisiana. In the insurance biz, Scott Spees, the car chief. One of two cars in this category, easily could be your number one qualifier. Fully capable of a 610. They both get in shallow. The tree will fire. So, Thorpe, 616 at 198. That was the car on the left. Right side, Ross Larice, 649 at 227. Little flicker of the bulbs there, I think, screwed up the whole process for Baby Larice. David Bills and Mike Owen. They get to line up now. Bills out of Marion, Texas, left side. Mike Owen from Scroggins, Texas, right side. Scroggins is one number off of the bump. He is currently sitting number 31. So he is safely in at the moment. But I'm sure he'd like to do better. Let's see what he's got. How about a 696 on the left for Bills? 192 miles an hour. Mike Owen 702 at 191, the best run of the weekend for Mike Owen. Crystal Peterson and Holden Larice coming up next. Both cars capable of being in the 16s. Holden sure likes the look of that number 1 qualifier. Dad couldn't do it, but he certainly is capable. They're both pro-charged. One hangs off the left, one sits right in the middle. Well, Crystal improves to a 617 and 222. That much is good. Holden shoves her clear out the back door to a 605 at 229. That's not good. Again, another one of our quick players playing with a little bit of fire there. 605, a little too close for comfort. David Dale and Nick Smith get to line up now. Dale left side out of Oyster Creek, Texas. Nick Smith right side from Hazlet, Texas. Both of these cars kind of mid-pack right now. Nick Smith improves to a 670 at 197. David Dale, 623, also an improvement at 228. Again, plenty of power adders to choose from. Left side, throttle in a bottle. Right side, the crank-driven blower. Mike Green, Mark Ellis, 628 for Green. That's better at 213. Mark Ellis falls off a little bit. Ellis 622 and 224. So again, we'll see a little bit of shuffling in the order coming up. Rick Carroll comes up now. Carroll from Ardmore, Oklahoma, home of the Windmill Nationals. Dane Ward alongside Mena, Arkansas. Dane, also a player at the national level, was number 8 in the final tally for 2022 in the national championship. Final call for Roof Tech Competition Eliminator. Final call, Roof Tech Comp Eliminator. Well, Dane Ward sticks his nose in there, 6'11 at 203. That's better. Rick Carroll, 631 at 217. That's better as well. So both race cars will improve. This is our final opportunity to shake up the ladder. Final pair of top dragsters on the starting line, and it's a family feud. Mario on the left, Darian on the right. The Bosch family. Dad lines up left. Son lines up right. The qualifying order shows them 16 and 18 right now. Both of them capable of being number 1. Well, Mario, 6'11", with a 1 at 228. He's going to be up there close to number 1. Darian, 6'07" at 230. Good, but too good. Too quick. So, Tom Thorpe, Transportation, top dragster, is complete in the books. Next time you see them will be tomorrow. And it'll be round number 1 of eliminations. Coming up next, it is Roof Tech Competition Eliminator. Attention in the pit area. We need Sinead Machine, top sportsman, to the lanes, please. Top sportsman, come on down. Top sportsman to the lanes, please. Your final qualifying opportunity is coming up. And as we told you earlier, our run order has shifted around a little bit. So it'll be competition eliminator, top sportsman, and then super gas will follow. And then we'll close out the night with time runs for junior dragsters. And I know Fabian mentioned it earlier, but I'd certainly like to extend my compliments to the entire Texas Motorplex staff out there. An amazing job on that cleanup from earlier. Super Comp was making time runs, and we were printing 890 tickets over here in the left lane. It was perfect. So congratulations to you guys. You did a fantastic job. Competition Eliminator coming up now. And this is all part of the WFO qualifying program here for Competition Eliminator. Unlike the rest of the country, the way we do it here in Comp Eliminator in Division 4 is it is handicap start. We want people to run to the other end. There are points and cash on the line as a part of that. We're going to start out with the S10 pickup truck of Sean Vincent, C Truck Automatic, out of Omaha, Nebraska. That's the car on the left. Right side, Greg Schenk. K Altered Automatic, 32 Bantam, 264 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. He says he is identifying as David Rampy. Well, you might be shy a couple of Wallies, but it's a pretty admirable goal to try to get there. Schenk, car gets a little bit out of shape off the starting line. He is out of power before he gets to the finish line. In the meantime, Sean Vincent, 8:39. He goes 59.6 under the index at 158 miles an hour. Schenk out of shape, 10:37 at 86. It's Darren West coming up now out of Dumas, Texas. That is the Neon over here on the left-hand side. F Altered Automatic is the combination he's got set up. 308 cubic inch Chevrolet power under the hood of the little Dodge. Brooke Heckel, D Supermod Automatic. Cavalier on the right. And another one of those little high wind and small blocks. The numbers on the scoreboard are the indexes for the categories based on engine, horsepower, weight, body style, you name it. Everything gets thrown in the pot. They come up with a number, and that's what you see on the scoreboard. And now the goal is to go below that. Heckel drives it out to an 846 at 156. The Neon lost fire, but at the moment, still in the beams, can still make a run. In theory. I think that duck is dead. .2315 at 67 miles an hour. Again, there are the numbers. One thing you got to say about Competition Eliminator here in Division 4 is it brings out the hitters. No question about it. Two of the best in the country from last year duking it out right now. This is Greg Camplain on the left. Brownsburg, Indiana. Wound up number 3 in the world last year. Greg and Judy's machine backing up right now. Here's Joe Mazeras out of Phoenix. His Dodge Power Dragster over on the right. So, here's something kind of interesting with this category. Not only do category indexes apply, but personal indexes apply as well. Basically, if you're a golfer, it's like your handicap. Greg Camplain's index is 0.03 of a second lower than Joe Mazeris. That is because of the personal index associated with Greg's setup. So they're both C Dragster automatic. 757, the index on the left. 760, the index on the right. At the finish line, it's a 698 at 187. And Greg Camplain goes 58 under the index. Joe Mazeris goes 62 under his index, 697 at 187 miles per hour. Craig Bourgeois comes back now from his burnout, two-time NHRA world champion in the category, driving the A Nostalgia Dragster out of Metairie, Louisiana. Claims his profession is professional alligator hunter. Not really sure if that's true. I've seen him in a pretty spiffy uniform down there in the New Orleans area. So I think there's something else going on there. But in the meantime, his scoreboard shows a 743. Bourgeois with the tall front wheels. Hangs them in the air. Gets out of shape about mid-track. Saw an awful lot of that yellow wall up close to him on the right. And wisely clicks it off. 2.916 at 98 miles per hour. So we saw the Bosches run earlier in Top Dragster. Now we're going to see the Smileys run here in Comp Eliminator. Dennis Smiley left. That is the dragster. A Econo Dragster, indexed at a 728. And Clark Smiley, right side, also out of Denver City, Texas. His double B altered, the supercharged GXP. Ex-Pro Stock car. 791 up on the scoreboard. Clark will leave first here in WFO qualifying. They both click it off at 1,000 feet, which you would expect. They're just gathering data right now. Smiley, 701 at 146 on the left. Excuse me. Say that again. Dennis Smiley, left side, 701 at 146. That's a 26 under run off of the throttle before he got there. Clark Smiley, 750 at 152. And that was a 40 under run over on the right. Again, both of them clicking it before they got to the finish line. Ray Goodman comes up now alongside Michael Foster. Goodman, Bernie, Texas, A Econo altered. Backing up now left side of the track, sees a 791 up on the scoreboard. Michael Foster, the C Dragster automatic out of Brookings, South Dakota. The index up there, a 760. So Goodman gets pushed off. .740 for Michael Foster at 181. That's a 20 under run. Most of that performance was sacrificed on this end of the track as the car got a little bit out of the groove. Had to kind of use it up to get it back in the groove. Brad Plord and Jeff Taylor. What a pair of entertaining racers right here. Plord left side out of Holly Springs, Alabama. Excuse me, Holly Pond, Alabama. Brad driving Harry Schwartz's AA altered on methanol. Left side, 696 is the index that he's looking at. Right side, it's Jeff Taylor. Taylor, four-time NHRA world champion out of Sellersburg, Indiana. Driving the David Nickens engineered 2008 Cobalt. One of just a very small handful of racers that has reached the 100-win mark in his career. 50 divisionals, 50 nationals. And you can pretty much count on one hand the number of people that have done that. So Taylor not liking the run, clicks it early. In the meantime, Plord muscles his way on through to a 6:35 at 214 miles an hour. And that is good enough for a 60 under run right there. Taylor clicks it to a 10:79 at 82. Here's Brad Brewer coming up next. Shingle Springs, California. Taking on Monty Bogan from Boiling Springs, South Carolina. East Coast, West Coast meet right here in the middle in the Lone Star State. All right, sorting things out for Brewer right now. Bogan sits in the pre-stage beam, ready to head down track. Brewer charging hard, trying to get there. So Brewer goes 66 under, 689 for at 200 miles an hour. Solid pass there for Brewer. Bogan was right there, 61 under, 885 at 151. So if there's any question about conditions out there, let me just tell you they're pretty close to perfect. Jared Grenier and Ed Federkyle will come up now. Grenier waits in the water box right now. his Cobalt D Supermod. He drops the clutch there. The Bonneville, Louisiana, the home for Grenier. His D Supermod running against a 902 index. Ed Federkyle, the 787 index for the Avenger. The B-altered planetary combination over there with plenty of Chrysler power holding up the hood scoop on the 2012 Avenger. Sheneda Machine Top Sportsman, if you're not in the lanes, we need you. Sheneda Machine Top Sportsman, you should all be there, but if you're not, come on down. Race cars hustling down track. 8:35 at 162 for Jared Grenier. He goes 66.6 under. Federkyle goes 68 under. So they are hustling tonight here at the Motorplex. Federkyle 718 at 189. And Grenier 835 at 162. Steve Basgall, Augusta, Kansas. Let me try that. C Econo Dragster. Indexed at 789. Sean Dodd alongside the C Econo Altered Cobalt. His crew chief, a two-time NHRA world champion. How about that? Rulebook says 867 is his number. Door car out front. Here comes the dragster. Door car hangs on for the win. 809, 166. Sean Dodd, 57 under. Basgall goes 54 under. 734 at 180. It's Roger Brogdon completing his burnout. The Roof Tech machine will hustle back right now. That is a B-Altered Automatic 2020 Camaro. Pro Stock style, 500 cubic inch Chevrolet motor under the hood. Keith Hall, the Red Rooster over here. On the left-hand side, 908, the index for the E Super Modified 304 cubic inch powered 2005 Cavalier. We say it all the time, probably don't say it often enough. Big thanks to Roger Brogdon and Roof Tech for showing their passion for Competition Eliminator by opening up the checkbook and enticing everyone to come down here and race the best against the best. A little drift to the left there for Hall. pays the price for it at the top end, 878 at 157. Roger, 689 at 189 to go 67 under in his Camaro. Here's Dwayne Robeson and Callie Neff, and I believe this is our final pair here. Well, I am incorrect. C Automatic 2015 Camaro, 342 cubic inch bow tie power plant for Dwayne out of Gardner, Kansas. Alongside that itty bitty 264 cubic inch Chevrolet powered J Dragster automatic for Callie Neff. Neff out of Westminster, Colorado. The Neff and Self Racing Team. Drivers taking their time to stage. Now they wind up and head to the other end. How about a 731 at 175 for Robeson, 61 under. Callie Neff, 53 under, 778 at 170. Rick Brown and Kayla Mozeras come up next. Brown. Now a resident of the Lone Star State. I got to know Rick when he lived in Ohio, raced Division III. Now he's down here in Texas. Trying to work his way back around Craig Bourgeois. In the competition eliminator bonus fund points chase. And Rick gets clear over to the wall. I'm not sure if he hit it or not. But that truck went way left. He might have skinned it up just a little bit. We're going to have to check that out, make sure that Rick is okay. But that truck came up way left. Way left. In the meantime, Kayla Mozeras didn't know anything about it, drove it to the other end, 63 under, 754 at 172. But for Rick Brown, he might have soiled himself in the process. We're going to take a quick look at the truck, make sure it's okay, make sure Rick is okay. And then we'll be back to it with Scott Cascio and Kevin Duet.
Super gas, super gas, super gas. Go ahead and bring him to the staging lanes, please. Super gas. Your final time trial session. Let's put him in the staging lanes here as we proceed through Comp Eliminator. Going to be sending a single down here. Scott Cascio, 2009 Chevy Cobalt, 401 cubic inches.
Well, off in the dark there, Kevin Duett completed his burnout over on the right. So there are two cars on the starting line. Cascio on the left, Ventress, Louisiana, a super modified automatic Cobalt. Kevin Duett, right side, a Nostalgia Dragster. Got a couple of them out here. 747 is his index. So Cascio is in. Duett is in. Straight and true to the top end of the track. Wind light flashes for Scott Cascio. Cascio 67 under 782 at 168. Nice lap there for Scott. Kevin steps off the loud pedal and goes through 891 at 92 miles per hour. So did not make a full pull there. But as you know, every run has some value. And I'm sure got some data out of it. Candido Mesa. Judson Holt coming up now. So Candido out of La Mesa, New Mexico, a super modified automatic. That is the same classification as Scott Cascio's machine that ran right in front of Candido. This is a 1990 Ford Probe with Ford Power. Don Beaver's machine. And Judson Holt, 2021 Challenger Drag Pack. 354 cubic inch Dodge Power. And that probe is moving all over the place, but the Dodge is as well. So neither one of them going to like that run when it's all said and done. 1028 at 107 for Candido, no good. Judson Holt, 1266 at 69, equally no good. Final car coming up here in category is like the gnarliest, scariest competition eliminator machine in my book. I'm going to tell you right now, the National Treasury prints about $10 million a day in new cash, and that's still not enough for me to get in this car. John Clegg out of Victoria.